Ahoy! Hi. Good morning. I guess it's not really morning. I don't know whatever time it is. It's probably morning for some people. Good morning. Ahoy. How are we doing today? I spoke for so long yesterday. We were playing mini games. It was so fun in Minecraft, and we did like Bed Wars, and like I won once. It was pretty tough. Okay, I say I won, but my team won, and I was pretty happy. And I killed a lot of people. Pretty happy about that. Still living off that high even today. I don't know about that, but good morning. Ahoy. It's been a while since we read the book because it was supposed to be like I wanted to get to the Christmas part during Christmas, and then Christmas happened, and yeah, it's been a bit. But I figured your gorilla collab Sara was so cute. Oh my god, that was so fun. I didn't really want to like. Well, Mingo, your tail's in my face. I didn't really want to like get get working on any projects while Sara was on. I just wanted to see what she was doing. It was a good prank. It was really. She totally fell for it. If you watch like Sara's perspective, did she ever find the diamonds that like the totem area at least? Like I don't know, or like my message. She was so close. Like when I signed off, I literally was like in spectator. She couldn't find it. Man. One day though. I really hope she can find it. One day she'll be missing me. She'll be like, man, and then her compass will be like, ooh, it'll be haunted. She was ambushed by too many monsters. Oh, Iku. I don't know if that's your intro, but hi, how are you doing? We were just talking about yesterday's stream. Because before we were saying that Sara was on the Minecraft server, and I was like busy playing mini games, so I was like, so we went to stalk her, and I made myself like invisible, and then I put on an Ender Dragon skull on me in hopes that it would like be spooky. but I couldn't figure out how to make it like the particle spooky too, like with fire and stuff. So it was kind of a bust. And also she could tell that I went into like creative, and so she was like very suspicious. I logged on and she was like, Yahoo Sumi, and I said, Yahoo Sara. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just gonna go AFK fish for a bit. Don't like no worries. Immediately game mode creative. Her. That's super suspicious. I had a really good time though. Like I even found some people from chat that were in like the Hypixel server I was playing the mini games with, and we played a bunch of games too. Iku, I know you really like Minecraft, but I don't know how familiar you are with like mini games and stuff, but it's like really fun. You should try it out. I recommend Hypixel. I think that's the one we were playing on. It had so many games. I really like the mini games. Like there's an arcade, and there's like a Bed Wars thing. That's what I played mostly yesterday. Pretty fun. If you ever want me to show you around, I can. It's not like but I don't really know what's going on half the time, but it's pretty fun. Emperor is now available. Oh yeah, Emperor. He came on one of my servers when we were doing like Bed Wars, and I was like, and he kept like targeting me. I swear to God, like I would like build off into a distance and I'd see him and he'd be built up to the same distance. Stream snipe my butt. Sounds like we should. Oh heck yeah, we got some. I got you. Got you. It's super fun. And you don't even need mods or anything. Like they just like resource packs. I don't know how they do it. It's like magic. Like all the games are like they just figure it out. I don't know, some coding wizardry. You sniped him with the arrows though. I did. Oh yeah. So about Emperor yesterday, I so you have to get like weapons, but they're really expensive. So I kept hoarding all the emeralds and diamonds until I got like a really good bow that had like punch and power, and then I saw Lolly in the distance coming for me, and I shot him off the bridge. It felt really good. I was like, yeah, because he kept killing me. But then he did knock me off, but it's fine. I had at the end of like when after playing like Bed Wars for a bit, I think I got like 5 kills, which I would say is pretty good. Lolly would say, oh, Emperor, I guess I keep calling him Lolly because he's like, that was his name in Minecraft. But he was like, yeah, he was like 5 kills. I have 10 kills, whatever. Anyways, that's what you missed on Glee yesterday. Ahoy yo! Ipo, ipo, ipo. Who says ipo, ipo? I don't know, I read that somewhere and now it's stuck in my head. I don't know. Is it Iku? Oh gosh, now I'm really close, whoops. I clicked the wrong thing. It's fine. I figured it out. Okay. Oh, back on what this stream is about. I was gonna stream, I was planning to stream Genshin, but then I was like, oh, we haven't read this book in a bit, and the longer I wait to read this book, it's gonna get more confusing. Cause I have forgotten everything about it. Ipu Ipu is men now. Ah, yes. You should do Iku Iku. I don't know how well that works, but Iku. It works well enough, I suppose. Don't worry about it. Let me just browse through like the book to try and remember what was going on. Okay, we're on chapter 13, and it's called Nicholas Flamel. But previously, there was the mirror of Erised. I don't know. I'm trying. You definitely shouldn't do Iku Iku. Iku Iku. I will furry. Oh, okay. Oh, I always forget to move my tail, and then I'm like, why is this so big? Why am I taking so much of the screen? There you go. Okay. Erised. Okay, Erised. Onyx. My Harry Potter aficionado, apparently. Iku sounds yabai? Is it? Oh, sorry. I didn't know. Yabai. I think yabai is bad. Is yabai the same? I thought it was spelled like Y-A-B-A-I. Or is yabai same? Is yabai good? I don't know. We'll figure that out. It's okay, I'm learning. We're behaving. It's Sui's. I'm sorry. I keep getting distracted. Okay. It was the mirror of Erised, and he saw his like family, and like Dumbledore caught him sneaking around during Christmas. Oh, by the way, it was like Christmas, so like everyone was back home, and he was at the. I think the only people left there were Ron and Harry, for some reason. I think they're the only ones who stayed behind, and so he was snooping, and then he found a giant mirror, and then you looked into it and it was his family, and he was like tempted to sit there forever and ever, but then Dumbledore was like, that's like a mirror, a magical mirror that shows you like what you would like in life, like your most desired thing. And he got really sad because he really thought like he could see his family that way. Yeah, it was a bit sad. And the reason he was so nosy and stumbled upon the mirror anyways was that he literally he got gifted like a invisibility cloak, and then he immediately used the cloak to sneak into the library to look up Nicholas Flamel, because Nicholas Flamel has something to do with the package or something. Oh yeah, not Dumbledore. What's the big guy's name? Hogwarts. No, that's the school. What's the big guy's name? The one that's like really big in Hagrid. There we go. Yeah, cause Hagrid, he had like a secret thing he retrieved from the bank, and now it's guarded by like a 3-headed dog or something. And Harry's like, what's in it, Hagrid? And Hagrid's like, oh, it's something Dumbledore asked me to take care of, you know, with Nicholas Flamel. Like he slipped, and then Harry's like, what? What's that name? I'm gonna be nosy. And so now he's like being all nosy and trying to figure out who this Nicholas Flamel is, which good for him, because guess what? Next episode the next chapter 13, is titled Nicholas Flamel. So I think we will be able to find out who he is. I hope. I don't know. Oh, but I was being even more nosier than Harry Potter himself, and I went all the way back to the book because I was like, that name sounds familiar. And apparently he was an alchemist that worked with Dumbledore. Like he was mentioned earlier in the book, and I was like snooping. Anyway, that's what you missed. Polygon Hagrid. That's his first name now. Okay. Okay, get cozy, everybody. It's waiting time. We should have a little jingle for reading time, but all I can think of is the Reading Rainbow jingle. I can't use that, I don't think. Okay. Chapter 13. Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore had convinced Harry not to go looking for the mirror of Erised. I got you. Again, and for the rest of Christmas holiday, the invisibility cloak stayed folded at the bottom of his trunk. I'm going back to work. Bye, Eagle. Have a good day at work. Don't work too hard. I'm not gonna try to say what I said yesterday. Some guy was like, oh, I have to go back to work now, and I said something about getting moist, and I don't. And I think it conveyed stuff that I didn't mean to convey. So we'll just let you go to work. Okay. The invisibility cloak stayed folded at the bottom of his trunk. Harry wished he could forget what he'd seen in the mirror easily, but he couldn't. He started having nightmares. Over and over again, he dreamed about his parents disappearing in a flash of green light, while a high voice cackled with laughter. Oh, also, I think those nightmares are actually like his vague memory of when Voldemort, killed his parents. Cause he has these nightmares a lot. Like, this isn't the first time. Okay. You see, Dumbledore is right. That mirror could drive you mad, said Ron when Harry told him about these dreams. Hermione, who came back the day before the term started, took a different view of things. She was torn between the horror at the idea of Harry being out of bed, roaming the school 3 nights in a row. Oh, if Fletch had caught you! And the disappointment that he hadn't at least found out who Nicholas Flamel was. Oh, all 3 of them are in on this weird Nicholas Flamel business. Ron, Hermione, and, of course, Harry Potter. Harry Potter. They had almost given up hope of ever finding Flamel in a library book, even though Harry was still sure he'd read the name somewhere. Once term had started, they were back to skimming through the books for 10 minutes during their breaks. Harry had even less time than the other two because Quidditch practice had started again. Wood was working the team harder than ever. Even the endless rain that had replaced the snow couldn't dampen his spirits. The Weasleys complained that Wood was becoming frantic, but Harry was on Wood's side. If they won their next match against Hufflepuff, they could overtake Slytherin in the House Championship for the first time in 7 years. Quite apart from wanting to win, Harry found that he had fewer nightmares when he was tired from after training. Then, during one, I love a good paragraph that starts with then, during, you know some shit's about to happen. Okay. Then, during one particularly wet and muddy practice session, Wood gave the team a bit of bad news. He had gotten very angry with the wet Weasleys who kept dive-bombing each other and pretending to fall off their brooms. "Will you stop messing around?" he yelled. "That's exactly the sort of things that'll lose us the match. Snape's refereeing this match, and he'll look for any excuse to knock off points for Gryffindor." George Weasley really did fall off his broom at these words. "Snape refereeing?" he sputtered through a mouthful of mud. "When's he ever refereed a Quidditch match? He's not going to be fair if we might overtake Slytherin." The rest of the team landed next to George to complain too. "It's not my fault," said Wood. "We've just..." Mango's rubbing her face on the mic. Shh. It's quiet reading time. Okay. "We've just got to make sure we play a clean game so Snape hasn't got an excuse to pick on us." Which was all very well, thought Harry, but he had another reason for not wanting Snape near him while he was playing Quidditch. Previously on Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Snape hexed or cursed his his broom, and he was sputtering into the air, and he could have died. And when they told Hagrid that Snape was cursing stuff, he was like, nah, it couldn't be. No one ever trusts the kids. Oh, Yasumi. Okay, the rest of the team hung back to talk to one another as usual at the end of practice, but Harry headed back straight to Gryffindor common room, where he found Ron and Hermione playing chess. Chess was the only thing Hermione ever lost at, something Harry and Ron thought was very good for her. "Don't talk to me for a minute," said Ron when Harry sat down next to him. "I need to Harry caught sight of Harry's face. "What's the matter with you? You look terrible." Speaking quietly so that no one would hear, Harry told the other two about Snape's sudden, sinister desire to be a Quidditch referee. "Don't play then," said Hermione at once. "So you're ill," said Ron. "Pretend to break your leg," Hermione suggested. "Really break your leg? Oh my god, my nose stop." "Really break your leg," said Ron. "I can't," said Harry. There isn't a reserve seeker. If I back out, Gryffindor just can't play at all." At that moment, Neville toppled into the common room. How he managed to climb through the portrait hole was anyone's guess, because his legs had been stuck together with what they recognized at once was a leg locker curse. He must have had to bunny hop all the way up to Gryffindor Tower. Everyone fell over laughing except Hermione, who leaped up and performed a counter curse. Wow, Hermione's so good. Neville's legs spread apart, and he caught to his feet, trembling. What happened? Hermione asked him, leading him over to sit with Harry and Ron. Malfoy, said Neville shakily. Met him outside the library, and he said he's been looking for someone to practice out on. Go to Professor McGonagall, Hermione urged Neville. Report him. Neville shook his head. I don't want any more trouble, he mumbled. Well, you've got to step up to him, Neville, said Ron. He's used to walking all over people, and there's no reason to lie down in front of him and make it easier. But there's no need to tell me that I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. Malfoy's already done that. Neville choked out. Harry felt at the pocket of his rose and pulled out a chocolate frog, the very last one from the box Hermione had given him for Christmas. He gave it to Neville, who looked as though he might cry. Why is everyone pulling Neville? He's not that bad. You're Wells. 12 Malfoys, Harry said. The Sorting Hat chose you for Gryffindor, didn't it? And where's Malfoy? In stinking Slytherin. Yeah, damn right. Neville's lips twitched in a weak smile as he unwrapped the frog. Thanks, Harry. I think I'll go to bed. Do you want the card you collected, then? As Neville walked away, Harry looked at the famous wizard's card. Dumbledore again. He's the first one I ever... He gasped. He stared at the back of the card. Then he looked up at Ron and Hermione. That's where I remembered from Nicholas Flamel too. Okay. I found him, he whispered. I found Flamel. I told you. I'd heard the name somewhere before. I read it in the train coming here. Listen to this. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, and for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Hermione jumped to her feet. She hadn't looked so excited since they got him back the marks on their very first piece of homework. Stay there, she said. She sprinted up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron barely had time to exchange mystified looks before she dashed back, an enormous old book in her hands. Oh, I never thought to look in here, she whispered excitedly. I got this out of the library weeks ago, just for a bit of light reading. Light? Said Ron, but Hermione told him to be quiet until she'd looked something up and started flicking frantically through the pages, muttering to herself. At last, she found what she was looking for. I knew it. Are we allowed to speak yet? Said Ron grumpily. Hermione ignored him. Nicholas Flamel, she whispered dramatically, is the only known maker of the Sorcerer's Stone. Oh, what? Wait, they said the title of the book. They said it. Let's go, okay? Now it's getting serious. That didn't quite have the effect she expected. The what? Said Harry and Ron. Oh, honestly, don't you two read. Look, read that there. She pushed the book towards them, and Harry and Ron read. They said the thing, yeah. The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with making the Sorcerer's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. Huh? It also produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. Huh? Okay. There have been many reports of the Sorcerer's Stone over centuries, but the only stone currently in existence belongs to Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist and opera lover. Mr. Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year, enjoys a quiet life in deep Devon with his wife, Pernille, 658. he can't just go passing. Okay, okay. He can't just go making elixir of life and giving it to anyone he loves. Like 600 years old. And his wife's also 600. You can't just do that. How did they? Oh my god, that's a big. You think? I was gonna say like, wow, there must be some secret to their marriage, like lasting all those years. But you think she just stays with him for the elixir of life? It's like once we get divorced, you're done. You'll dissolve into a pile of ashes. I feel like that's illegal, no? Is it like immortality of old age or like anything? Like if I stabbed Nicholas Flamel, he can do that because he invented it? I guess. Doesn't feel right. It feels like someone should have he should have sold it or something. He could be living large. It's of old age. Ah, that makes sense. She stays with him because of the implications. Yeah, the second he unelixirs her, she just dissolves into a pile of like dust and gets blown away. Bones and dust. Okay. See, said Hermione when Harry and Ron were finished. The dog must be guarding the flammable Sorcerer's Stone. I bet he's asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him because they're friends and he knew someone was after it. That's why he wanted the stones moved out of the Gringotts. A stone that makes cold and stops you from ever dying? Said Harry. No wonder Snape's after it. Anyone would want that. No wonder we couldn't find Flamel in the study of recent developments in wizardry, said Ron. He's not exactly recent if he's 665, is he? I like Ron. The next morning, in defense against the dark arts, while copying down different ways of treating werewolf bites, Harry and Ron were still discussing what they'd do with the Sorcerer's Stone if they had one. It wasn't until Ron said that he'd buy his own Quidditch team that Harry remembered about Snape and his coming match. I'm going to play, he told Ron and Hermione. If I don't, all the Slytherins will think I'm too scared to face Snape, and I'll have to show them. It'll really wipe the smiles off their faces if we win. Just as long as we're not wiping you off the field, said Hermione. Oof. As the match drew near, however, Harry became more and more nervous. Whatever he told Ron and Hermione. That sentence doesn't make sense. Sorry. Like, I'm rereading it for like the 5th time and it doesn't make sense. As the match drew nearer, however, Harry became more and more nervous. Apostrophe. Whatever he told Ron and Hermione. Period. Whatever. Okay, anyways. The rest of the team wasn't too calm either. The idea of overtaking Slytherin in a house championship was wonderful, and no one had done it before for 7 years. But would they allow to be? With such a biased referee? Regardless. Oh, regardless. Yes. Regardless of what he told. Yeah, it just says whatever he told. Okay. That makes more sense. Harry didn't know whether he was imagining it or not, but he seemed to keep running into Snape wherever he went. At times, he even wondered whether Snape was following him, trying to catch him on his own. Potion lessons was turning into a sort of weekly torture, and Snape was so horrible to Harry. Could Snape possibly know that they'd found out about the Sorcerer's Stone? Harry didn't see how he could. Yet, sometimes he had the horrible feeling that Snape could read minds. Harry knew when they wished him good luck outside the locker room the next afternoon that Ron and Hermione were wondering whether they'd ever see him alive again. This wasn't what you called comforting. Harry hardly heard a word of Wood's pep talk as he pushed onto his Quidditch robes and picked up his nimblest 2000. Ron and Hermione, meanwhile, had found a place in the stands next to Neville, who couldn't understand why they looked so grim and worried, or why they had both brought their wands to the match. Little did Harry know that Ron and Hermione had been practicing the locker curse. They'd gotten the idea from Malfoy using it on Neville and were ready to use it on Snape if he showed any sign of wanting to hurt Harry. I feel like that's highly illegal to use curses on the teachers, but I guess it's also highly illegal for the teachers to put curses on students. I don't know the the politics of all this. It feels like they're all given knives and anyone can just shank each other. I don't know. No, okay. Now, don't forget, it's locomotor motus, Hermione muttered to Ron as Ron slipped his wand up his sleeve. I know, Ron snapped. Don't nag. Back in the locker room, Wood had taken Harry's side. Don't want to pressure you, Potter, but if we've ever needed an early capture of the snitch, it's now. Finish the game before Snape can favor Hufflepuff too much. Oi, the whole school's out there, said Fred Weasley, peering out of the door. Even blimey, Dumbledore's come to watch. Harry's heart did a somersault. Dumbledore, he said, dashing to the door to make sure. Fred was right. There was no mistaking that silver beard. Harry could have laughed out loud with relief. He was safe. There was simply no way that Snape would dare to try to hurt him if Dumbledore was watching. Perhaps that's why Snape was looking so angry as the teams marched into the field, something Ron noticed too. Oh, I've never seen a Snape look so mean, he told Hermione. Look, oh, they're off. Ouch. Someone had poked Ron in the back of his head. It was Malfoy. Oh, sorry, Weasley. Didn't see you there. Malfoy grinned broadly at Crabbe and Goyle. Wonder how long Potter's gonna stay on his broom this time. Anyone want to bet? What about you, Weasley? Ron didn't answer. Snape had just awarded Hufflepuff a penalty because George Weasley had hit a bludger at him. Hermione, who had all her fingers crossed in her lap, was squinting fixedly at Harry, who was circling the game like a hawk, looking for the snitch. You know how I think they chose people for the Gryffindor team? Said Malfoy loudly a few minutes later, as Snape awarded Hufflepuff another penalty with no reason at all. It's people they feel sorry for. See, there's Potter, who's got no parents, and then there's Weasley's, who's got no money. You should be on a team, Longbottom, since you've got no brains. Neville went bright red but turned in his seat to face Malfoy. I'm worth 12 of you, Malfoy, he stammered. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle howled with laughter, but Ron, still not daring to take his eyes from the game, said, You tell him, Neville. Longbottom, if brains were gold, you'd be poorer than Weasley. And that says something. Ron's nerve already stretched to breaking point with anxiety about Harry. I'm warning you, Malfoy. One more word. Ron, said Hermione suddenly. Harry! What? Whoa! Harry had suddenly gone into a spectacular dive, which drew gaps and cheers in the crowd. Hermione stood up, her crossed fingers on her mouth, as Harry streaked towards the ground like a bullet. Oh, you're in luck, Weasley. Potter's obviously spotted some money on the ground. Oh my god, that's so mean, said Malfoy. Oh my god. That is so mean. Ron snapped. Before Malfoy knew what was happening, Ron was on top of him, wrestling him to the ground. Neville hesitated, then clambered over the back of his seat to help. "Come on, Harry!" Hermione screamed, leaped into her seat and to watch as Harry sped straight at Snape. Huh? She didn't even notice Malfoy and Ron rolling under her seat, or the scuffling yelps coming from the whirl of fits that were Neville, Crabbe, and Goyle. Up in the air, Snape turned on his broomstick just in time to see something scarlet shoot past him, missing him by an inch. The next second, Harry had pulled out of the dive, his arms raised and dry up. The snitch collapsed in his hand. The stand erupted. It had to be a record. No one could ever remember the snitch being caught so quickly. Let's go. Let's go. Ron, where are you? The game's over. Harry's won. We've won. Gryffindor's in the lead, shrieked Hermione, dancing up and down her seat, hugging Parvati Patel in the rows in front. Harry jumped off his broom, a foot to the ground. He couldn't believe it. He'd done it. The game was over. It barely lasted 5 minutes. As Gryffindors came spilling onto the field, he saw Snape land nearby, white-faced and tight-lipped. Then Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and looked into Dumbledore's smiling face. Ho ho ho. He doesn't say ho ho, but I'm gonna add the ho ho for added grandpa-ness. Well done, said Gryffindor quietly, so that only Harry could be here. Nice to see you haven't been brooding about that mirror. Been quite busy. Excellent. Snake spat bitterly at the ground. Harry left the locker room alone sometime later to take his Niblets 2000 back to the broom shed. He couldn't ever remember feeling happier. He'd really done something to be proud of. No one could say he was just famous by his name now. The evening air never smelled so sweet. He walked over the damp grass, reliving the last hour in his head. It was a happy blur. Gringotts running to lift him onto his shoulder, Ron and Hermione in the distance jumping up and down, and Ron cheering through a heavy nosebleed. Harry reached the shed and he leaned against the wooden door and looked up at Hogwarts, with its windows glowing red in the hitting sun. Gryffindor in the lead. He'd done it. He'd show Snape. Sorry for the clamoring. It's just Hogwarts activities, you know. Don't mind it. Speaking of Snape, a hooded figure came swiftly down the front steps of the castle. Clearly not wanting to be seen, it walked as fast as possible towards the forbidden forest. Harry's victory faded from his mind as he watched. He recognized the figure's prowling walk. Snape, sneaking in the forest while everyone else was at dinner. What was going on? Harry jumped back on to his Niblets 2000 and took off. Gliding silently over the castle, he saw Snape enter the forest at a run. He followed. The trees were so thick that he couldn't see where Snape had gone. He flew in circles, lower and lower, brushing the top branches of the trees until he heard voices. Ooh, we're about to catch some man in action. He glided towards them and landed noiselessly in a towering beech tree. He climbed carefully along one of the branches, holding tight to his broomstick, trying to see through the leaves. Below, in a shadowy clearing, stood Snape, but he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there too. Harry couldn't make out the look on his face, but he was stuttering worse than ever. Harry strained to catch what they were saying. Don't know what you'd want to meet here of all places, Severus. Oh, I thought we'd keep this private, said Snape, his voice icy. Students aren't supposed to know about the Sorcerer's Stone after all. He said the thing. Harry leaned forward. Quirrell was mumbling something, but Snape interrupted him. Have you found out how to get past the beast of Hagrid's yet? But Severus, Oh, you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell, says Snape, taking a step towards him. I don't know what... You know perfectly well what I mean. An owl hooted loudly, and Harry nearly fell out of the tree. He steadied himself in time to hear Snape say, Your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting. But I don't... Very well, Snape cut in. Well, we'll just have another little chit-chat soon, and when you've had enough time to think things over and decide where your loyalties lie. Oh my god, he's bullying the man. Thank you, 70. Have a good time at work. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, Yasumi, for you. Oh my god. Why is he bullying the man? I really like Quirrell. He's like so... I was gonna say again. I don't know if you guys like that. I really just like it for the British man. Not the British man, but but for the Australian man I set up. I think he has a name. I forgot what it is. I'm gonna call him Gus or something. Yes. Okay. He threw his cloak over his head and strode out the clearing. It was almost dark now, but Harry could see Quirrell standing quite still, as though he was petrified. Harry, where have you been? Hermione squeaked. You won, we won, shouted Ron, thumping Harry on the back. And I gave Malfoy a black eye, and Neville tried to take on Crabbe and Goyle single-handed. He still was out cold, but Madame Bovary said he'll be alright. Talking about showing Slytherin. Everyone's waiting for you in the common room, and we'll have a party. Fred and George stole some cakes and stuff from the kitchens. Never mind that now, said Harry breathlessly. Let's find an empty room. You wait till you hear this. He made sure Peeves was inside before shutting the door behind him. Then he told them what he had seen and heard. So you were right. It is the Sorcerer's Stone. And Snape's trying to force Quirrell to help him get it? He asked if he knew how to get past Fluffy, and he said something about Quirrell's hocus pocus. I reckon there's something guarding the stone apart from Fluffy. Lots of enchantments, and probably Quirrell would have done some anti-dark arts spell that Snape needs to break through. You mean to say the stone's only safe as long as Quirrell stands up to Snape? Said Hermione in alarm. It'll be gone by Tuesday. Mango. It'll be gone by Tuesday, said Ron. That was the end of the chapter. Okay. Like, they really need to go to, like, Dumbledore or, like, Hagrid or, like, somebody. Because they're literally first-year kids. I always thought, like from seeing them, like, in the movies and stuff, I always thought they were, like, really old and they knew a lot of magic. That's why they were, like, so good and knew all the spells. But they literally just started class. And it's, like, the first semester. Like, they can't stop Snape. You know? Like, I don't know. You know? It's just preposterous. Okay. They should really tell someone. And they literally have proof now. Like, I don't know if they have proof, but like, Dumbledore could confront, like, Quirrell and be like, hey, I will protect you from Snape if you, like, tell me the truth. Or, like, something like that, you know? Whatever, okay. Like, why doesn't Quirrell snitch? Like, if he snitches and Snape gets, like, expelled, I guess, or, like, they could break Snape's wand like they did Hagrid's, and then he'd be safe. There's a lot of solutions that people aren't talking about. Wake up, you sheeple. Why aren't more more people talking about 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 Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. I know it's been a while since it got published. When this get published? 1997. I know it's been a bit, okay? Oh wow, this is an old book. Man. I know it's been a bit, but we should be talking about that. It's a book for kids. Of course, the 11-year-olds will take everything themselves. Right though? Right though? Okay. Chapter 14. Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. Okay. We're done with Nicholas Flamel. It's all about Norbert now. Quirrell, however, must have been braver than they thought. In the weeks following, he did seem to be getting paler and thinner, but it didn't look as though he'd crack yet. The man is freaking dying! You should read Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. I hope that's the book after this. Every time they passed the third floor corridor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would press their ears to the door to check that Fluffy was still growling inside. Snape was sweeping about in his usual bad temper, which surely meant that the stone was still safe. However, if Harry passed Quirrell these days, he gave him an encouraging sort of smile that really cheered him up from being threatened of his life. Yeah. Quirrell, he's like dying and frail and pale and thin, and Harry Potter's like you can do this. You can protect from the dark arts. I believe in you. The little bro nod. That'll really fix things. And Ron had started telling people off for laughing at Quirrell's stutter. These kids can't save the world. These kids are really bad. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, but I have no trust. My support rate for these kids is lacking. Like, quit bullying our teacher. He's having a hard time protecting against the dark arts. But they're courageous. I suppose. I guess. Whatever. Hermione, however, had more in mind than Sorcerer's Stone. She had started drawing up study schedules and color-coding all her notes. Harry and Ron wouldn't have minded, but she kept nagging at them to do the same. Hermione, the exams are ages away. 10 weeks, Hermione snapped. That's not ages. That's like seconds till Nicholas Flamel. But we're not 600 years old, Ron reminded her. Anyways, what are you studying for? You already know it all. What am I studying for? Are you crazy? You realize we need to pass exams to get to the second year. They're very important. I should have started studying months ago. I don't know what's gotten into me. Unfortunately, the teachers seemed to be thinking along the same lines as Hermione. They piled so much homework onto them that the Easter holiday wasn't nearly as fun as the Christmas ones. It was hard to relax with Hermione next to you reciting the 12 pieces of dragon bloods and practicing wand movements. Moaning and yawning, Harry and Ron spent most of their free time in the library with her, trying to get through all their extra work. I'll never remember this, Ron bursted out one afternoon, throwing down his quill and looking longingly at the library window. It was the first really fine day that they had gotten in months. The sky was clear, forget-me-not blue, and there was a feeling in the air of summer coming. Harry, who had looked up Dittany. Harry, who was looking up Dittany in 100 a 1,000 magical herbs and fungus. Didn't look up until Ron said, "Hagrid, what are you doing in the library?" Hagrid shuffled into view, hiding something behind his back. Harry looked very pale. He looked very pale in his moleskin overcoat. Just looking, he said in a shifty voice that got their interest at once. What are you up to? He looked suddenly suspicious. You're not still looking for Nicholas Flamel, are ya? Ron can't even pronounce Leviosa right. How's he supposed to? Right, and that's just like a levitating spell. Like, how are they gonna? Snape's been there for years. He's literally a teacher. He probably has tenure. By the way he's acting, he probably has tenure. You know? Like, they're fricked. They're fricked as frick. They're fricked as fuck. Pardon moi français, but they're fricked as fuck. Yes, tenure. No, he's acting like he does though. Like, either that or he's like the history teacher that like gets thrown into teaching, also coaching sports. I can't tell. Man, oh. Australian man, talk to me. Conrad.
This book hits so differently now after reading all the other books or seeing the movies. Having seen the characters grow makes such a difference.
Oh, okay. I'm glad they grew. Thank you, Super Mountain Guy, for management? Upper man, super management. Mountain. I'm gonna say mountain. For the sticker, and also thank you, Conrad. It's good to know that they survived this book at least. So there are 18 chapters. Are we gonna be finished with the book by the end? I think so. We're on chapter 14 right now. Making good progress. I usually do like 3 chapters a stream, so we did 13, 14. I'll probably do 15, and then we'll do one next week where we read until the end of the book. Magic the Gathering? Super Magic the Gathering? You think so? That would make sense, but it's not capitalized. The main character survived the children's book spoilers. I hope so. Right? Like, it's like, cause there's more bugs, they obviously survive. But like, how? Who knows? I've given up on them. Okay. Oh, we found who he was ages ago, said Ron impressively. And we know what that dog's guarding. It's Sorcerer's dog. Shh! Hagrid looked around quickly as if anyone was listening. Don't go shouting about that. What's the matter with you? There's a few things we wanted to ask you. As a matter of fact, said Harry. About what's guarding the stone apart from Fluff. Shh! This is in all caps, by the way. The most powerful magic of all, plot magic. Yeah, isn't it called like plot shield or something? Okay. Shh, said Hagrid again. Listen, come and see me later. I'm not promising I'll tell you anything, mind, but don't go on rapiding about it here. Students aren't supposed to know, and they'll think I've told you. See you later then, said Harry. Hagrid shuffled off. Plot armor, yes, plot armor. What was he hiding behind his back? Said Hermione thoughtfully. Do you think it had anything to do with the stone? I'm going to see what section he was in, said Ron, who had enough of working. He came back a minute later with a pile of books in his arm and slammed them down on the table. Dragons, he whispered. Hagrid was looking at stuff about dragons. Look at these. Dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from eggs to inferno, and a dragon keeper's guide. Hagrid's always wanted a dragon, and he told me so the first time I met him, said Harry. But it's against our laws, said Ron. Dragon breeding's been outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. Everyone knows that. It's hard to stop muggles from noticing if we were keeping dragons in the back garden. Anyways, you can't tame dragons. It's dangerous. You should see the horns on Charlie's cut off wild ones in Romania. But there aren't wild dragons in Britain? Of course there are, said Ron. Common lush green and hybrid blacks. The mystery and magic had a job hustling them up, I can tell you. Our kind have to keep putting spells on muggles who spotted them to make them forget. So, what on earth is Hagrid up to? Said Hermione. That's what's guarding. After Fluffy, there's a freaking dragon. I know. Only a small distance from plot armor to plot armor. Okay. When they knocked on the door of the gamekeeper's hut, an hour later they were surprised to see all of the curtains were closed. Hagrid called, "What is it?" before he let them in, and then shut the door quickly behind them. It was definitely hot inside. Even though it was such a warm day, there was a blazing fire in the gate. Hagrid, he has a freaking dragon. I'll tell you that much. He has a freaking dragon. Hagrid. He's always wanted one. I'm not reading the book. I'm just talking to you guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Hagrid made them tea and offered them some stone sandwiches, but they refused. So, yeah, you wanted to ask me something? Yes, said Harry. There was no point being eating around the bush. We were wondering if you could tell us what's guarding the Sorcerer's Stone apart from Fluffy. Hagrid frowned at him. Oh, of course I can't, he said. Number 1, don't know myself. Number 2, you know too much already and I wouldn't tell you if I could. The stone's here for a good reason. It was almost stolen out of Gringotts. Suppose you worked that out, all ya. Beats me how you could have known about Fluffy. Come on, Hagrid. You might not want to tell us, but you do know. And you know everything that goes around here, said Hermione in a warm, flattering voice. Hagrid's beard twitched, and they could tell he was smiling. We only wondered who had done the guarding, really, Hermione went on. We wondered who Dumbledore could trust enough to help him apart from you. Hagrid just swallowed at the last few words. Harry and Ron beamed at Hermione. Well, I don't suppose it could hurt you to tell you that. Let's see. He borrowed out Fluffy from me, and then some other wish teachers did enchantments. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. He ticked them off on his fingers. Professor Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself did something, of course. Hang on, I've forgotten someone. Oh yeah, Professor Snape. Snape? Yeah. You're not still... Hi. You're not still on about that, are ya? Look, Snape helped protect the stone. He's not there to steal it. Little did he know he is. He's mad evil. Harry knew Ron and Hermione were still thinking the same as he was. If Snape had been on protecting the stone, it must have been easy to find out who the other teachers had guarded it. Oh, that's so smart, that little sneaky Snape of his. He probably knew everything except, it seemed, Quirrell's spell and how to get past the Fluffy. You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, aren't you, Hagrid? Said Harry anxiously. And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even one of the teachers? Not a single soul knows except me and Dumbledore, said Hagrid proudly. Well, that's something, Harry muttered to the others. Hagrid, can we open a window, please? I'm boiling. Can't, Harry, sorry, said Hagrid. Harry noticed him glancing at the fire. Harry looked at it too. Hagrid? What's that? But he already knew what it was. In the very heart of the fire, underneath the kettle, was a huge black egg. Said Hagrid, fiddling nervously with his beard. That's her. Where did you get it, Hagrid? Said Ron, crouching over the fire to get a close look at the egg. It must have cost you a fortune. Won it, said Hagrid. Last night I was down in the village, having a few drinks and caught in a game of cards with a stranger. Think he was quite glad to get rid of it, to be honest. But what are you gonna do with it when it's hatched? Said Hermione. Well, I've been doing some reading, said Hagrid, pulling a large book from under his pillow. Got this out of the library. Dragon Blader for pleasures and profit. I know it's a bit outdated, of course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire, 'cause its mother's breath's on them. Seeing when it hatches, feed it a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood for every half hour. And see here, how to recognize Dirfinic. Now what I got here is Norwegian Ridgeback. They're very rare, them. Okay, I guess the Norbert of this chapter is the dragon. So, figure that out. He looked very pleased with himself, but Hermione didn't. Hagrid, you live in a wooden house, she said. But Hagrid wasn't listening. He was humming merrily as he stoked the fire. Did he actually win this? No way he friggin' won a dragon. From a game? From cards? Come on, man. Okay. So now they had something else to worry about. What might happen to Hagrid if someone found out he was hiding an illegal dragon in his hut? Great. Wonder what it's like to have such a peaceful life, Warren said as evening after evening they struggled through all the extra homework they were getting. Hermione had now just started making them study schedules for Hermione had now started making study schedules for Hermione. I can't talk. Bop. Bop, bop, bop. Okay. Hermione had now started making study schedules for Harry and Ron too. It was driving them nuts. Then one breakfast time, Hedwig's brought Harry another note from Hagrid. It had written only 2 words on it. It's hatching. Ron wanted to skip herbology and go straight down to the hatch, but Hermione wouldn't hear any of her. Hermione, how many times in our lives do we get to see a dragon hatching? We've got lessons, and we'll get in trouble, and there's nothing to Hagrid's going to be in what will and nothing to what Hagrid's going to be. And that's nothing to what Hagrid's going to be. Oh my god. So many commas. We'll get in trouble, and that's nothing to what Hagrid's going to be in when somebody find out what he's doing. Okay, there we go. I finished the sentence. Water check. Yeah, let me go get some water. Good. Okay. be right back. Wow. I have a be right back screen. I don't know if I don't use it. Welcome back. Okay, I'm better. I got some water. Well, actually, it's just cold tea, but it's fine. Same difference. Oh, Mr. Beery Face, thank you for the super chat. And, Madman. Madman Gaming as well. Sorry, I just love how it says gaming in your name. Okay. Malfoy was only a few feet away and he had stopped dead to listen. How much had he heard? I don't know. Harry didn't like the look of Malfoy's face at all. Hermione and Ron argued all the way to herbology, and in the end, Hermione agreed to run down to Hagrid's with the other two during morning break. When the bell sounded from the castle at the end of their lesson, the three of them dropped their trowels at once and hurried through the grounds to the edge of the forest. Oh, thank you, Noses. Is the ocean just fishy? I think someone said it was fish soup. TY for the soup us, guys. Lonix, you're being too fellow kidsy. He's a grandpa. Oh, not Grandpa Lonix trying to be. Not the super. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you for your help. I appreciate you dearly. Super. Okay. Hagrid greeted them with looking flushed and excited. It's nearly out. He ushered them inside. The egg was lying on the table. There was deep cracks in it. Something was moving inside. A funny clicking sound that was coming from it. Here, I will emulate. I am a dragon. Roar. Mama. Okay, there we go. They all drew their chairs up to the table and watched in bated breath. All at once, there was a scraping noise. Oh gosh, there's too many noises to emulate. Yes. And then the egg split open. Crack. The baby dragon flopped onto the table. It wasn't exactly pretty. Harry thought it looked like a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiny wings were huge compared to its skinny jet body. It had the long snout with wide nostrils, the stub of horns, and bulging orange eyes. That's so cool. A black dragon? There's a dragon. That was really convincing. No, little did you guys know, it was just me. If you ever need a dragon, voiced for your future endeavors, please contact me at my business email. Thank you. It sneezed. A couple of sparks flew out of his snout. Oh, isn't he beautiful? Hagrid murmured, and he reached out his hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. Bless him, look, he knows his mummy, said Hagrid. Hagrid, said Hermione, how fast do Norwegian ridgebacks grow exactly? Hagrid was about to answer when the color suddenly drained from his face. He leapt to his feet and ran towards the window. What's the matter? Someone wants to look in through the gap in the curtains. It's a kid. He's running back to school. Someone saw. Okay, Harry bolted to the door and looked out. Even in the distance, there was no mistaking him. Malfoy had seen the freaking dragon. Oh, he freaking gonna snitch. Oh no. No. I knew Hagrid should have gotten a dragon. Not that I had anything to do with it, but oh my god. I feel like if anyone that could have saw Malfoy's the worst one. He hates Hagrid. He treats him like staff. I don't know. Okay. Something about the smile lurking on Malfoy's face during the next week made Harry, Ron, and Hermione very nervous. They spent most of their free time in Hagrid's darkened hut trying to reason with him. Just let it go, Harry urged. Set him free. I can't, said Hagrid. He's too little. You'll die. They looked at the dragon. It had grown 3 times in length in just a week. Smoke kept falling out of its nostrils. Hagrid hadn't been doing his gamekeeping duties because the dragon was keeping him so busy, and there were empty brandy bottles and chicken feathers all over the floor. Cause you gotta feed him brandy with chicken's blood. I've decided to call him Norbert, said Hagrid, looking at the dragon with misty eyes. He really knows me now. Watch. Norbert, where's the mommy? Oh, he's lost his marbles, Ron muttered into Harry's ears. Hagrid, said Harry loudly, give it 2 weeks, and Norbert's gonna be as long as your house. Malfoy could be to Dumbledore at any minute. Hagrid bit his lip. I know, I can't keep him forever, but I just can't dump him, I can't. Harry suddenly turned to Ron. Charlie, he said. You're losing it too, said Ron. I'm Ron, remember? No, Charlie, your brother. Charlie in Romania, studying dragons. We can send Norbert to him. Charlie can take care of him, and then put him back in the wild. Oh, brilliant, said Ron. How about it, Hagrid? And in the end, Hagrid agreed that they could send an owl to Charlie to ask him. The following week dragged by. Wednesday night found Hermione and Harry sitting alone in the common room, long after everyone else had gone to bed. The clock on the wall had just chimed midnight when the portrait hole burst open. Ron appeared out of nowhere as he pulled up Harry's invisibility cloak. He had been down at Hagrid's hut, helping feed Norbert, who was now eating dead rats by the crate. Hey, yo, why'd they have to be dead? Ow. Ow. How are they getting so many rats? How did they get so many chickens? Or brandy? How rich is Hagrid? They weren't dead, they would be surely anyways. Oh no. He bit me. I don't know why he gave Ron such a high pitched voice, I'm so sorry. still laughing. "He bit me," he said, showing them his hand, which is wrapped in a bloody handkerchief. "I'm not going to be able to hold a Quirrell for a week, I'll tell you. That dragon's the most horrible animal I've ever met, and by the way Hagrid's going on about it, you'd think it was a fluffy little bunny rabbit. And then when it bit me, he told it off for fright. He told me off for frightening it, and then when I left, he was singing it a lullaby." There was a tap on the dark window. "Oh, it's Hagrid," said Harry, hurrying to let her in. "She'll have Charlie send her, sir." The three of them put their heads together to read the note. "Dear Ron, how are you? Thanks for your letter. I'd be glad to take a Norwegian Ridgeback, but it won't be easy getting him here. Think its best thing will be to send him over with some friends of mine who are coming to visit me in next week. Trouble is, they must have been seen carrying an illegal dragon. Could you get the Ridgeback up on the Towers Tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you up there and take him away while it's still dark. Send me an answer as soon as possible. Love, Charlie." Ron's just going through puberty. Oh yeah. I'm a very authentic voice actor. I do like the puberty squeak and everything. They looked at one another. "We've got the invisibility cloak," said Harry. "It shouldn't be too difficult. I think the cloak's big enough to cover two of us and Norbert. It's a whole ass dragon." "Okay, Harry. Whatever. Oh, that's not part of the script. I don't know how to differentiate my voice from Harry's." It was a mark of how bad the last week had been that the other two agreed with him. Anything to get rid of Norbert and Malfoy. There was a hitch. By the next morning, Ron bitten hand had gotten swollen to twice its usual size. He didn't know whether it was safe to go to Madame Pomfrey, which he recognized the dragon bite. By the afternoon, though, he had no choice. The cut had turned a nasty shade of green. It looked as if Norbert's fangs were poisonous. Harry and Hermione rushed up to the hospital wing in the end of the day to find Ron in a terrible state in bed. "Oh, it's not my hand," he whispered, "although it feels like it's about to fall off. Malfoy told Madame Pomfrey he wanted to borrow one of my books so he could come back and have a good laugh at me. He kept threatening to tell her what really bit me. I've told her it was a dog, but I don't think she believes me. I should have hit him at the Quidditch match. That's why he's doing all this." Harry and Hermione tried to calm Ron down. "It'll be over at midnight on Saturday," said Hermione, but this didn't suit Ron at all. On the contrary, he sat bolt upright and broke a sweat. "Midnight on Saturday," he said in a hoarse voice. Oh no, I just remember. Charlie's letter was in that book Malfoy took. He's gonna know we're getting rid of Norbert." "Why? Ron, you dumb little..." They were so close to getting rid of him. Hermione and Harry didn't have a chance to answer. Madame Pomfrey came over at that moment and made them leave, saying Ron needed sleep. "Well, it's too late to change plans now," Harry told Hermione. "We haven't got much time to send Charlie another owl, and this could be our only chance to get rid of Norbert. We'll have to risk it. And we have the invisibility cloak. Malfoy doesn't know that." They found Fang the boarhound sitting outside with the bandaged tail when they went to tell Hagrid, who opened the window to talk to him. I won't let you in," he puffed. "Norbert's in a tricky state. Nothing I can handle." When they told him about Charlie's letter, his eyes filled with tears, although he might have been because Norbert had just bitten him on the leg. It's alright. It's only caught me boo, just playing. He's only a baby after all." The baby bangs its tail on the wall, making the castle rattle. Hermione and Harry walked back to the castle feeling Saturday couldn't come quickly enough. They would have felt sorry for Hagrid when the time came for him to say goodbye to Norbert if they hadn't been so worried about what they had to do. It was very dark and cloudy, and they were a bit late arriving at Hagrid's hut because they had to wait for Peeves to get out of their way in the entrance hall where he'd been playing tennis against the walls. Hagrid had Norbert too many H names. Hagrid had Norbert packed up and ready in a large crate. He's got lots of rats and some ready for the journey, said Hagrid in a muffled voice. And I've packed his teddy bear in case he gets lonely. From inside the crate came a ripping noise that sounded to Harry as though the teddy was having its head torn off. Bye-bye, Norbert, Hagrid sobbed as Harry and Hermione covered the crate with an invisibility cloak and stepped underneath it themselves. Mommy would never forget you. How they managed to get the crate back up to the castle, they never knew. Midnight ticked nearer as they heaved Norbert up the marble staircase in the entrance hall and up the dark corridors. Up another staircase and then another, and even one of Harry's shortcuts didn't make them work easier. Nearly there, Harry panted as they reached the corridor beneath the tallest tower. Then, a sudden movement ahead of them made them almost drop the crate. Forgetting that they were already invisible, they shrank into the shadows, staring at the dark outlines of two people grappling with each other 10 feet away. A lamp flared. Professor McGonagall, in a tartan bathrobe and hairnet, had Malfoy by the ear. "Detention!" she shouted. "And 20 points from Slytherin! Wandering around the middle of the night, how dare you!" You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter's coming. He's caught a dragon. What other rubbish? How dare you tell such lies? Come on. I shall see what Professor Snape about you, Malfoy. The steep spiral staircase up to the top of the tower seemed the easiest thing in the world after that. Not until they stepped out into the cold air did they throw off the cloak, glad to be able to breathe properly again. Hermione did a sort of a jig. "Malfoy's got attention. I could sing." "Don't," Harry advised her. Chuckling about Malfoy, they waited, Norbert thrashing around in his crate. About 10 minutes later, 4 broomsticks came swooping down out of the darkness. Charlie's friends were a cheery lot. They showed Harry and Hermione the harness they'd rigged up, and so they could suspend Norbert between them. They all helped buckle Norbert safely onto it, and then Harry and Hermione shook hands with the others and thanked them very much. At last, Norbert was gone. They slipped back down the spiral staircase, their hearts as light as their hands. Now that Norbert was off the no more dragon, Malfoy in detention, what could spoil the happiness? The answer to that was waiting at the foot of the staircase. As he stepped into the corridor, Filch's face loomed suddenly out of the darkness. Well, he whispered. "We are in trouble." They had left the invisibility cloak on the top of the tower. I knew it, because they were talking about how they ducked back under the cloak. These dumb little kids can't save the planet if they wanted to. They're so close. They're always putting themselves in dangerous situations that could easily, like, just... Oh, chapter 15. Okay. Well, that was the end of that chapter. The Forbidden Forest. Oh, interesting title name. Chapter title. Things couldn't have been worse. Flitch took them down to Professor McGonagall's study on the first floor, where they sat and waited without saying a word to each other. Hermione was trembling. Excuses, alibis, and wild cover-up stories chased around each other in Harry's brain, each more feeble than the last. He couldn't see how they were going to get out of trouble this time. They were cornered. How could they have been so stupid as to forget the cloak? There was no reason on earth Professor McGonagall would accept for their being out of bed and creeping around the school in the dead of night, let alone being up the tallest astronomy tower, which was out of bounds except for class. Add Norbert and the invisibility cloak, and they might as well be packing their bags already. Had Harry thought that things could have been much worse? He was wrong. When Professor McGonagall appeared, he was leading Neville. Harry! Neville burst it out the moment he saw the other two. I was trying to find you and warn you, and because I heard Malfoy saying he was trying to catch you. He said you had a track. Harry shook his head violently to shut Neville up, but Professor McGonagall had seen. She looked more like Lady Fire than Norbert when she towered over the three of them. I wouldn't have believed any of you. Mr. Flitch says that you were in the astronomy tower. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Explain yourselves. It was the first time Hermione had ever failed to answer a teacher's question. She stared at her slippers, still as a statue. I think I've got a good idea of what's been going on, said Professor McGonagall. It doesn't take a genius to work out. You've read Draco Malfoy's cock and bull story about a dragon trying to get him out of bed and into trouble. I've already caught him. I suppose you think it's funny that Longbottom here heard the story and believed it too. Harry caught Neville's eye and tried to tell him without words that this wasn't true, but Neville was already looking stunned and hurt. No! My dear, my boy, he cannot be hurt. Neville's too cool. Poor blundering Neville. Harry knew it must have caused him to try and find them in the dark and to warn him. I'm disgusted, said Professor McGonagall. 4 students out of bed in one night. I've never heard of such a thing before. You, Miss Granger, I thought you had more sense. As for you, Mr. Potter, I thought Gryffindor meant more to you than this. All 3 of you shall receive detentions. Yes, you too, Mr. Longbottom. Nothing gives you the right to walk around the school at night, especially these days. It's very dangerous. And 50 points will be taken from Gryffindor. Oh, 50 points. 50? Harry gasped. They would lose the lead that he'd won in the last Quidditch match. 50 points each, said Professor McGonagall, breathing heavily as through her long pointed nose. Professor, please, you can't. Don't tell me what I can and can't do, Potter. Now get back to bed, all of you. I've never been more ashamed of Gryffindor students. 150 points lost. That put Gryffindor in last place. Oh. One night, they'd ruined any chance Gryffindor had for the House Cup. Harry felt as though the bottom had dropped out of his stomach. How could they ever make up for this? Harry didn't sleep all night. He could hear Neville sobbing into his pillow for what seemed like hours. No. Harry couldn't think of anything to say to comfort him. He knew Neville, like himself, was dreading the dawn. What would happen when the rest of Gryffindor found out what they'd done? At first, Gryffindor passing the Gryffindors passing by the giant hourglass that recorded the house points the next day thought there had been a mistake. How could they have suddenly been deducted 150 points since yesterday? And then the stories, all those points. Him and a couple of stupid other first years. From being one of the most popular and admired at the school, Harry was suddenly the most hated. Even the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs turned on him, because everyone had been longing to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. Oh, dang. Oh, was it buffering? Sorry. Should I go back? I'll go back a paragraph. Sorry for the buffer. It didn't show up on my end. You had a drop out. You might jump back a bit. Sounds good. Good to know. Okay. Harry didn't sleep at all that night. He could hear Neville sobbing into his pillow for what seemed like hours. Harry couldn't think of anything to say to comfort him. He knew Neville, like himself, was dreading the thought. What would happen when the rest of Gryffindor found out about what they'd done? At first, Gryffindors passing the giant hourglass that recorded the house points the next day thought that there had been a mistake. How could they have suddenly lost 150 points? But then the story started to spread. Harry Potter, yes, the famous Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had lost them all those points. Him and a couple of other stupid first years. From being one of the most popular and admired people at the school, Harry was suddenly the most hated. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuffs turned on him, because everyone had been longing for Slytherin to lose the House Cup. Is that good? I hope that's good. Everywhere Harry went, people pointed and didn't trouble to lower their voices as they insulted him. Slytherins, on the other hand, clapped as he walked past them, whistling and cheering. Thanks, Potter. We owe you one. Only Ron stood by him. That's all. Don't forget this in a week. Fred and George had lost loads of points in all the time they've been here, and people still like them. They never lost 150 points in one go, did they, though? Said Harry miserably. Well, no, Ron admitted. It was a bit late to repair the damages, but Harry swore to himself not to meddle in things that were his business from now on. He had it with sneaking around and spying. He felt so ashamed of himself that when he went to Wood and offered to resign from the Quidditch team. Resign? Wood thundered. What good'll that do? How are we gonna get any points back if we can't win at Quidditch? But even Quidditch has lost its fun. The rest of the team couldn't speak to Harry during practice, and it wouldn't speak to Harry during practice, and if they had to speak about him, they called him the Seeker. Hermione and Neville were suffering too. They didn't have as bad of a time as Harry because they weren't as well known, but nobody spoke to them either. Hermione had stopped drawing attention to herself in class, keeping her head down and working in silence. Really? This point system sucks. I feel so bad that they're shamed, but I guess to every other people, they were just the people aren't purposely bullying him, or maybe a little bit because they're kids, but in their minds, they actually lost these points, right? In their minds, they did something. They were ugh, first years, they snuck around and they screwed us over, you know? Do we know her? Yeah, I don't know. I just had it. Sorry about that. I have it on right now because I don't know. It's vibes. I can turn it off if necessary. but it's not It's not like they're doing anything to get points. Yeah, I guess it's true. Yeah, it's not like they're doing anything to get points. Yeah, the other people, they're probably just like normies. They're just going to school and not acting out and saving a dragon from Hagrid. To be honest, I'm a normie. It's just, yeah, I guess you're right. Harry was almost glad that the exams were far away. All the studying he had to do kept his mind off his misery. He, Ron, and Hermione kept to themselves, working late into the night, trying to remember the ingredients in complicated potions, learning charms and spells by heart, remembering the dates of magical discoveries and goblin rebellions. Then, about a week before the exams were due to start, Harry's new resolution not to interfere in anything that didn't concern him was put to an unexpected test. Okay. Walking back from the library on his own one afternoon, he heard somebody whimpering from the classroom above. As he drew closer, he heard Quirrell's voice. No, not again, please. He sounded as though someone was threatening him. Harry moved closer. Alright. He heard Quirrell sob. Next second, Quirrell came hurrying out of the classroom, straightening his turban. He was pale and looked as though he was about to cry. He strode out of sight. Harry didn't think Quirrell had even noticed him. He waited until Quirrell's footsteps had disappeared and then peered into the classroom. It was empty, but a door stood ajar at the other end. Harry was halfway towards it before he remembered that he promised himself to not meddle. All the same, he'd have gambled 12 Sorcerer Stones that Snape had just left the room, and from what Harry had just heard, Snape would be walking with a new spring in his step, because Quirrell seemed to have given in at last. Harry went back to the library where Hermione was testing Ron in astronomy. Harry told him what he had seen. Snape's done it then, said Ron. If Quirrell's told him how to break his anti-dark force spell. They're still fluffy though, said Hermione. Maybe Snape's found out how to get past him without asking Hagrid, said Ron, looking up at the thousands of books surrounding them. Oh, I bet there's a book somewhere in here telling you how to get past the three-legged dog. So what do we do, Harry? The light of adventure was kindling in Ron's eyes, but Hermione answered before Harry could. We go to Dumbledore. That's what we should have done ages. Yes, go to Dumbledore. You smart little girl. If we try anything ourselves, we'll be thrown out for sure. But we've got no proof, said Harry. Quirrell's too scared to back us up. Snape's only got to say that he doesn't know how this troll got into Halloween, and that he's nowhere near the 3rd floor. Who do you think they believe in? Him or us? It's not exactly it's not exactly a secret we hate him. Dumbledore, I think we made it up just to get him sacked. Oh, that's true too. Man. Snake happened on Quirrell. Yeah. Man, he's right. I didn't think about how I thought they would believe students, but I guess they're like pretty terrible students. Like they keep getting in trouble and they don't have that good of a alibi, you know? Like they do hate Snape and they've voiced it plenty of times. Okay. Flitch wouldn't help us if his life depended on it. He's too friendly with Snape, and the more students that get thrown out, the better he'll think. And don't forget, we're not supposed to know about the stone or Fluffy. That'll take a lot. Oh, frick. They're right. Man, they really are in a tough bind. A normie wouldn't be in a place like this, neither is a Euro. I feel like ever since I learned what normie meant. Oh, there's something beeping. I think they're taking out the trashes in like another apartment unit. Like, anyway, I hope that's not too loud. Or just a big truck backing up. Back that big truck up. Ever since I learned what like normie meant, it just feels like when people say it feels like the normie term for when people say like, that's so basic, you know, like, oh my god girl, you're so basic. I feel like you guys just don't want to say basic. So you guys made like a new term up for no good reason. But I feel like it's okay to be normies. Like, a lot of good stuff people like are normal, like TV shows and music that's not Japanese K-pop or J-pop. You know, like, you guys don't have to like weird stuff to be cool. You'll find it's kind of isolating that way, you know? It's okay to like what you like and have it be normal or whatever. Okay. And a rat. Don't be basic, be aesthetic. Exactly. I guess. I thought basic and normie were different. We're all just different. That's the fun part about being you know? If you were too different, then I wouldn't have anything in common to talk to you about. But if you were just like anyone else, it'd be boring to talk to. You're just perfect the way you are, okay? Okay. Don't go bullying other people for liking normal stuff. And don't go bullying people for liking out of weird stuff either. Other than that NFT guy, bullied that NFT guy. It was so funny. I'm so sorry, but it was pretty funny. Okay. Hermione looked convinced, but Ron didn't. If we just do a bit more poking around... No, said Harry flatly. We've done enough poking around. He pulled up a map of Jupiter towards him and started to learn the name of its moons. Dang, they really just give up like that. I don't know what I would do. Like, they really are in a tough bind. I mean, okay, so right now, the only adult I feel like they can really trust is Dumbledore, right? Not Dumbledore. Well, kind of Dumbledore, because like, even when Dumbledore caught Harry Potter like snooping around, he didn't try to get him in trouble. And I feel like Dumbledore like really likes Hagrid, because even when he got expelled, he got like a position as groundskeeper. So I would go talk to Hagrid and like be like, hey, something's like really up. And I know like Hagrid, like from what we've seen, he's like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. Like even when like the dragon bit him, he was like, ha. But I think like I would like seriously like sit him down and be like, I really need you to go to Dumbledore with us. I think that's what I'd do. I don't know. They give up, Snape gets the stone, become immortal bookend. So I'm sorry. Wait, what? I really hope not. I really hope not. Like, or at least like, okay, so what? Like, my thing is, so what if Dumbledore doesn't believe them? At least you'll have told him, and then he'll like, it'll be in his like mind. He'll be like, huh, maybe I should go check on the security of like whatever I'm guarding, you know? Be like at least like right now he's oblivious to anything that's happening. So like if you just be like, hey, like maybe something's in danger, know? And I feel like, okay, there's gotta be truth spells. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know a lot about Harry Potter, but there's gotta be truth spells. And they gotta be like, hey, like, he could, Dumbledore could cast it on Quirrell and be like, tell me the truth, is Snape threatening you? And he'd be like, yeah, Snape is threatening me. He made me, tell him how to unlock the dark arts, you know? Yeah, think about it. Also, see you, Vec. Have a good day at work. Don't work too hard. Oh my god, it's beeping. No, they come for me. The garbage. How many more pages do I got? Oh man, that's a bit more pages. Should we? Maybe I'll just do casual chatting before until they're done. They're usually done in around 20 minutes. Should I get a snack? I'm kind of hungry. I didn't eat breakfast earlier. Maybe I'll go grab a snack. Beeping. I don't. It's like a tight alleyway, so they always have to like back into it. It's kind of harsh. Go eat. Okay, I'll get a snack, and we can talk about what we do. I'll be right back. Still quite loud. I don't know. I got some popcorn. It's gingerbread popcorn. I saw it at the store during Christmas, and I haven't finished it yet. It's a pretty big bag. Thank you, Bucky and Mr. Beardy Face. Oh my god. Why do I have frosting on my fingers? Hold up. Thank you, Bucky and Frosting, for the Wait. I just said thank you, Bucky and Frosting. Oh my god, I cannot read your name right. I'm so sorry. I'm trying. Mr. Beauty Face for the super chats. Okay. I'm fine. Anyways, I'm just gonna snack until they stop beeping. Popcorn. I stop. There it goes. Oh, also Madman Gaming. Thank you for super chat. And nose list. It's gonna go off again. Thank you for running. Yeah. We figured it out after. At the store they had like different like flavors of popcorn, and then they had like a limited edition like Christmas one that was a gingerbread cookie, and it comes with like graham cracker, not graham cracker, I guess gingerbread cookie bits, and then it also comes with like they're kind of drizzled with like frosting, I guess. And so it was a little too sweet for me, but I had to finish the bag eventually, so. I have tea too, so it kind of balances it out. It's pretty good. I would recommend it. If you really like sweet stuff, I would recommend it. If you eat cake and you're like, ugh, it's too sweet. You know how sometimes desserts, like you're eating a dessert and you like the buttercream is like a little bit too like grainy and sugary, and you're just like, ah. I feel like buttercream is just too sweet for me. Oh. A lot of desserts are too sweet for me. I like a little bit. During my birthdays, I always like going to like Chinatown and getting one of the into like an Asian bakery, and they have like cakes that are like made with like whipped cream instead of buttercream, and they have like it's like more of a chiffon cake, and so like it's like very light and airy, and they have like fruits in the middle instead of like more frosting, and it's like strawberries and cream or like peaches, or sometimes they do like pear and pineapple and stuff like that. It's so good. Whenever it's my birthday, I always like look forward to it, cause like I don't know, I've tried making cake at home before, but I'm really bad at frosting. I just don't have the right tools. When it's sweet enough that you're dry, it's not a great time. Is that true? Do you like kettle corn? I love kettle corn. The first time I had kettle corn, I was like, oh, what flavor is kettle corn? But it's like very distinct. It's like, I like how like the sugar kind of crystallizes on the outside, and it makes it super crunchy. Oh. This book is pretty good. I don't know why I never read it. Because I read like every other series and whatever grade I was in. I'm a tip for frosting, always use half the powdered sugar, the recipe says. But then won't you just end up with half the frosting? I don't know if it's like, should I mute? I don't know. It's okay. Not really, you get the same amount without it being too sweet. Yeah, it's so... Okay, I literally... When I put out the waiting room, they came by and they were beeping. It must have been the recycling. It must have been like 2 different trucks or something. I can never guess like when Fridays comes. It's either now or like 2 p.m. or sometimes 5 p.m. Once it came when it was like night out, but I guess 6 p.m. it gets dark, so. And they were like, And I was like, it's so dark. Like, how can they even see what trash they're taking out? Yeah, it's always the Friday one. Nom, 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 nom. Someone said that there was only 7 chapters, so I'm gonna take a peek. Yeah, my book has 17 chapters. We could finish this today if we wanted. We're on 15. Oh. Is there a different version with 18 chapters? Is that Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? Like, did they actually take out an entire chapter? Because a lot of people were saying 18 chapters. I was like, yeah, 18 chapters. But it's just, we're missing a chapter. The secret chapter. What was that book? It was like Harry Potter and the Rationalities. And someone was like, it's an actual book. Harry Potter Rationality. Oh, and the methods of is this a real book? Oh, it is. It's not by. It's by a different author. Hmm? What is this? It's just a fan fiction published as a full book. Does it use, like, the people? Oh, wait, this looks fun though. Originally, the author published it under a pseudonym. You'll never guess what the pseudonym is. It's less wrong, like Less wrong. According to articles, Harry Potter and the Method of Rationality is widely considered one of the best fanfics ever written. Wow. Oh my god, the author gave a talk at Stanford University? It's been translated into Czech, Chinese, French, Hebrew, Italian, Japanese, Norwegian, and Spanish. What? Oh my god. It has 122 chapters? Is this a prequel? That's what I'm trying to find out. I know it's a fanfic, but do I need to read the whole series to get stuff in it, or after the first book? It's all online for free. Oh. That's loud. It says disclaimer, J.K. Rowling owns Harry Potter and no one owns the Method of Rationality. I guess they're not wrong. Alternate timeline for the first book. Might post on I see. You can pretty much read it after reading it. Oh, I might read it. This sounds funny. Okay, wait. It says this fic is widely considered to have really hit its stride around chapter 5. If you still don't like it after chapter 10, give up. but that's not the thing that made me laugh. It says, please visit HPMOR, which is Harry Potter Methods of Rationality.com for you know, like email notification, whatever, author notes, whatever, ad free, whatever, you know. But then it goes down and it says if you visit the website, you can find the OkCupid keyword for Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality users. Like if you're on OkCupid and you want to put in your bio that like to like signal like, hey, fellow readers who have also read this fanfic. Wait, now I'm curious what the keyword is. Hold up. Okay, Cupid, keyword. Oh, you put bracket HPMOR bracket. That's a secret keyword for all you OkCupid users. But then you go on OkCupid and it says, well, this isn't good, this page doesn't exist. So you think no one has used it yet? In short, fanfic nerds are lonely. Oh no. Not much of a secret. Yeah, I guess. I was imagining it was like a secret word. Interesting. Reviews make me happy. You can leave reviews on any chapter. No login required. There's no need to finish reading it all before you start reviewing chapters. But please do not leave more than one review per chapter. I'm just gonna review every sentence. Like chapter 2, sentence, stanza 3, paragraph 5, word count, word 3 was very well used. The trash truck is gone. Let's just finish the book today. I feel like I can get through it. Kinda wanna what's gonna happen. And then I can save a stream to next week for doing a rewrite. Also, I ordered like a Valve Index because people were like, oh yeah, you should do a 3D stream. And then someone was like, I forgot who, but someone was like, here's my whole wallet, and I was like, oh she. So and it's coming like Tuesday, I think. I'm really excited for it. So thank you for everyone for continuing supporting me, even though I'm graduating soon, so I can do nice things. Yeah, I'm really excited. Okay, cool. Till next week, yeah. It always comes during these streams. Oops, I just realized I put double tea leaves in my cups. Ugh, that's bitter. One tea I've been trying to get my hands on, and it's called like sports tea. I don't know. I saw this girl on TikTok and she like drinks like a whole picture of it like every day, and she was like, yeah, it made me like stop drinking any like sugary drinks or like crave anything sugary. And like I'm like, ooh, I probably need that, because you know how like some people have genes where they like always get cavities. It's like a genetic thing. I think that's me. I need to eat less sugar, but it's like I love candy, so it's like anyways. Sporty, yeah. If you guys have tried that, let me know. But no, like all the Amazon reviews are like, this is like the best thing I've ever tasted. Like if you, and it's like selling it like $50 for like one thing on Amazon. So I don't know about that. I kept going to the website and being like, oh, is it worth it? And it's like, probably not. I don't know. I still have a lot of teas to finish, so it's supposed to taste like ginger and like lemon. And like there's no like added sugar to it, it's just like naturally sweet. And yeah, I don't know, that girl also was like, this is what I eat on daily, and she was that it was that tea. And then she was like, if you go to Trader Joe's, there's these things called like curly somethings, and they're like made of peas, is what he said. And she was like, they literally taste like cardboard, but like salty, and I can't stop eating them. So like, I don't think it was like sponsored, because she was really bad at selling the products. Like, she didn't even tell people what she was drinking until someone was like, hey, what was that drink? Really bad ad. Maybe it was an ad, I don't know. I haven't heard of it, but we also only have it through generic worldwide brands plus a few locals. Fair enough. I don't know what like country supplies it, to be honest. Yeah, but now I'm really. She said no, like they tasted like cardboard, but the slight saltiness makes you keep going back for more. I'm like, what? Just eat potato chips. They're salty. Maybe she was a really bad salesman. Okay, now that the garbage trash can is gone, we can. Where were we? So, yeah, he pulled a map of Jupiter towards him and started to learn the name of the moons. So they gave up. They didn't even do what I suggested. The following morning, notes were delivered to Harry, Hermione, and Neville at the breakfast table. They were all the same. Your detention takes place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Flitch at the entrance hall. Professor and McGonagall. Detention at 11 p.m.? That's... like, you need sleep. These are children. I feel like... I don't know. Jeez. 11 p.m. Harry had forgotten they still had detention to do in the 4 over the points they lost. He had expected Hermione to complain that was a whole night study loss, but she didn't say a word. Like Harry, she felt that they had deserved what they got. Really? I feel like she'd be the first to be like, this isn't fair. Maybe I'm just imagining that kid from Willy Wonka, the girl got eaten by the squirrels, and she goes, Daddy, this isn't fair. But I feel like it wasn't deserved. They were trying to save Hagrid. It was Hagrid's fault. These are really nice kids. As much as I don't believe in them to save the universe and all that, but like, you know, like the fact that they didn't rat Hagrid out, that's really nice. So they're now out of bed after 11, but it's fine if it's detention. Yeah, right? Maybe it's to prevent them from running around in the middle of the night. You can't be running around if you're literally at detention. Okay. At 11 o'clock that night, they said goodbye to Ron in the common room and went down to the entrance hall with Neville. Flitch was already there, and so was Malfoy. Harry had also forgotten that Malfoy had gotten detention too. "Follow me," said Fletch, lighting a lamp and leading him outside. "I bet you'll all think twice about breaking a rule from now on, huh?" he said, leering at them. "Oh yes, hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me. It's just a pity that they let the old punishments die out. Hang you from your wrists from the ceilings for a few days. I've got chains still in my office. Keep them well oiled in case they're ever needed." Man. Thank you for the tip.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Thank you. Maybe I'll get sports tea. I'll get it and I'll do a review if it comes before graduation. Thank you, I appreciate it. Don't let your tea dreams. Right, off we go, and don't think of running off now, or it'll be worse if you do. They marched off across the dark grounds. Neville kept sniffing, and Harry wondered what their punishment was going to be. It must be something really horrible, or Fletch wouldn't be sounding so delighted. The moon was bright, but clouds scuttled across it, kept throwing them into the darkness. Across, Harry could see Harry could see the lighted windows of Hagrid's hut, but they heard a distant shout. "Is that you, Fletch? Hurry up, I want to get started." Harry's heartbeat rose. "Oh, it's Hagrid." "Is that you, Fletch? I'm a vampire, Hagrid. I forgot what accent I used for him, so he will be a Russian vampire. Until I remember, Scottish. He had a Scottish accent. Okay, that works." "Is that your French? Hurry up." I just don't know. I'm trying, guys. The popcorn messed me up. The popcorn break. Harry's heart rose. If they were going to be working with Hagrid, it wouldn't be so bad. His relief must have shown on his face because Fletch said, "I suppose you think you'll be enjoying yourself with that oaf. Think again, boy. It's into the forest you're going, and I'm much mistaken if you'll come out in one piece." This isn't freaking detention. This is death. Wait. Detention is sitting in a classroom and being bored. Detention is not going into the forest. Oof. Oof. They really want to kill these kids? Like, why not? If you're planning to kill these children, why not just expel them? Like, at least they'll be alive. At this, Neville let out a little moan, and no, I'm sorry. And Malfoy stopped dead in his track. "The forest," he repeated, and didn't sound quite as cool as usual. "We can't go there at night. There might be all sorts of things there. Werewolves, I heard." Neville clutched the sleeve of Harry's robe and made a choking noise. "Not Neville. Neville, stop moaning and choking. You gotta give me a break, okay?" "That's your problem, isn't it?" said Fletch, his voice crackling with glee. Also, Fletch sounds like a maniac in my voice, by the way. "You should tell us werewolves before you got in trouble, shouldn't you?" Hagrid came striding towards them out of the dark, Fang at his heel. He was carrying his large crossbow, and a quiver of arrows hung over his shoulders. "About time," he said. "I've been waiting for you half an hour already. Are I? Harry? Hermione?" "Oh, you shouldn't be so friendly to them, Hagrid, said Flinch coldly. They're here to be punished after all. That's what you're late, is it? Said Hagrid, frowning at Flinch. Been lecturing them, eh? It's not your place to do that. You've done your bit. I'll take them from here. I'll be back at dawn, said Flinch, for what's left of them. He asked nastily and turned and started back towards the castle, his lamp bobbing away into the darkness. Malfoy now turned to Hagrid. I'm not going to that forest, he said, and Hagrid and Harry was pleased to hear a note of panic in his voice. I'm trying with the accents. There's too many people, guys. And I still have no idea what part of the country they're from. I generally just thought they were on another planet, and so they're like their accents. But then they started talking about Jupiter, and I'm just like, are they on Earth? Wait, are they on Jupiter? But then shouldn't they already know what the moons are called? Too confusing. Moving on. Yeah, if you want your stay at Hogwarts, said Hagrid fiercely, you're done and wrong and you gotta pay for that. But this is servant stuff. It's not for students, too. I thought we were copying lines or something. If my father knew I was doing this, he'd tell you that's how it is at Hogwarts, Hagrid growled. Copying lines. What's good for that to ya? You'll do that summer. You'll know something useful or you'll get out. If you think your father rather you be expelled, then get back off to your castle and pack in. Go on. Malfoy didn't move. He looked at Hagrid fiercely and then dropped his keys. Right then, said Hagrid. Now listen carefully, 'cause it's dangerous what we're doing tonight, and I don't want none of your talking risk. Follow me over here for a minute. He led them to the very edge of the forest. Holding his lamp up high, he pointed down a narrow, winding, dark earth track that disappeared into thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. Look there, said Hagrid. See that stuff shining on the ground? Silvery stuff? He's country. Silvery said, that unicorn, but there's a unicorn in there been hurting bad in summer. By summer. They type out like Hagrid's words. It's so weird sometimes that I don't even know what they're trying to say. It's the second time this week. No, why is he... I'm trying, guys. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. You might have to put it out of a misery. And what if whatever hurts the unicorn finds us first? Said Malfoy, unable to keep the fear out of his voice. There's nothing that lives in the forest that hurt you if you're with me and Fang, said Hagrid. I'm keeping it to the path. Right now, we're gonna split into two parties and follow the trails in different directions. There's blood all over the place, but it must have been a staggering around since last night at least. I want Fang, said Malfoy quickly, looking at Fang's long teeth. Alright, but I warn ya, he's a coward, said Hagrid. So me and Hermione will go down and Draco Neville and a Fang. Oh, they're dead. Fang squad? You can't see this, but I'm doing the death thing with my fingers. Oh, they're dead, especially Neville. Oh my god. And if any of you find the unicorns, will send off green sparks, right? Get your one out and practice now. That's it, yes. And if anyone gets in trouble, send up red sparks and we'll come find you. So be careful. Let's go. The forest was black and silent. A little way into it, they reached a fork in the earth path, and Hermione Harry and Hagrid met all the ages and took a left path while Malfoy, Neville, and Fay took the right. They walked in silence, their eyes on the ground. Every now and then a ray of moonlight through the leaves above lit a spot of silver-blue blood that had on the fallen leaves. Harry could see that Hagrid was looking worried. Could a werewolf be killing the unicorns? Harry asked. Not fast enough, said Hagrid. It's not easy to catch a unicorn. They're powerful magic creatures. I never knew one to be hurt before. They walked past a mossy tree stump. Harry could hear running water. There must have been a stream somewhere. There were still spots of unicorn blood here and there along the winding path. You all right, Hermione? Hagrid whispered. Don't worry. It can't have gone far if it's hurt this badly. And then we'll be able to get behind. Sorry, it's an whole cast. Hey, get behind that tree. Hagrid seized Harry and Hermione, hoisted them off the path towards the towering oak. He pulled out an arrow and fitted it into his crossbow, raising it, ready to fire. The three of them listened. Something was fluttering over dead leaves nearby. It sounded like a cloak trailing along the ground. Snape! Hagrid was squinting up the dark path, but after a few seconds, the sound faded away. I knew it, he muttered. There's something in here it shouldn't be. A werewolf? Harry suggested. That wasn't no werewolf and it wasn't no unicorn either, said Hagrid grimly. Now follow me and be careful now. They walked more slowly, ears straining for the faintest sound. It's Snape. He wears a cloak. He's evil. I know it. Guys, you gotta believe me. They walked, suddenly in the clearing. Something definitely moved. Who's there? Hagrid called. Show yourself. I'm armed. Into the clearing came. Was it a man? Or a horse? To the waist, a man with red hair and beard, and below that was a horse's gleaming chestnut body with a long reddish tail. Harry and Hermione's jaws dropped. It's a Pegasus? No, Centaur? Centaur? Is that what they call? God. Buffering? Oh. Are we okay? Stream died? Died. It's back? It's back? Why do they keep doing that? Weird. Sorry. Came back, okay. YouTube's being weird today, huh? I'm not even doing anything taxing on my computer. I literally just have nothing open. Like, I literally just have chat open. Right. Okay. Hello, welcome back. Okay. I'll just go back a sentence then. Oh, it's you and Ronan, said Hagrid in relief. How are ya? He walked forward and shook the Centaur's hand. Good evening. Oh, what's his accent? Fuck. Horse accent. Good evening to you. No. I'm trying to think of how a horse would sound as they're clapping, and so their voices are like, but I don't think that makes sense. Last I heard about the chestnut for well, yeah, you're right on point. You're golden. Good evening, Hagrid, said Ronan. He had a deep, sorrowful frick. Good evening, Hagrid, said Ronan. Oh, that was really good. He had a deep, sorrowful voice. Were you going to shoot me? Can't be too harmful, Ronan, said Hagrid, patting his crossbow. There's something bad loose in this forest. This is Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, by the way. Students up at the school. And this is, Ronan, you two. He's a centaur. We've noticed, Hermione said faintly. Good evening, said Ronan. Students, are you? And do you learn much up at the school? A bit, said Hermione timidly. A bit. Well, that's something. Ronan sighed. He flung back his head and stared at the sky. Mars is so bright tonight. Yes. Yeah, said Hagrid, glancing up too. Listen, I'm glad we ran into you, Ronan, 'cause there's a unicorn been hurt, and you seen anything? Ronan didn't answer immediately. He stared unblinkingly upwards, then sighed again. Always the innocent are the first victims, he said. So it has been ages past. So it is it now? Yes. Yes, said Hagrid. But, you haven't seen anything, Ronan? Anything unusual? Mars is bright tonight, Ronan repeated, but Hagrid watched him impatiently. Unusually bright. Yeah, but I was meaning anything unusual a bit nearer home, said Hagrid. You haven't noticed anything strange yet again? Ronan took a while to answer. At last he said, the forest holds many secrets. A movement behind the tree is behind Ronan. A movement in the trees behind Ronan made Hagrid raise his crossbow again. But it was only a second centaur, black-haired and bodied, wider, and black-haired and bodied. Ooh. I've never heard that term to describe someone who's like fanatically black in a show or TV show, like black-haired and body. Which half? Top half or bottom half? Which body? And wider looking than Ronan. Little Bane, said Hagrid. You alright? Oh good, Hagrid. I hope you are well. Well enough. Just been asking Ronan if you've seen anything odd lately. The unicorn been injured and, yeah, know anything about it? Bane walked over to stand next to Ronan. He looked skyward. I think because the horse part has hair as well on the body. Interesting. Ooh. Sounds sexy. Calm your human half. No, wait. Calm both halves of you. Mars is bright tonight, he said simply. Breathe hard, said Hagrid grumpily. Well, if either of you see anything, let me know, won't ya? We'll beat off then. Harry and Hermione followed him out into the clearing, staring over their shoulders at Ronan and Bane until the trees blocked their view. Never, said Hagrid irritably. Try to get a straight answer out of a centaur. Ruddy stargazers, not interested in anything closer than the moon. Are there many of them here? Asked Hermione. Oh, a fair few keep themselves by themselves mostly, but they're good enough about turning up if I ever want a word. They're deep in mind centaurs. They know things. Just don't let on much. Do you think that was the centaur we heard earlier? Said Harry. Did that sound like hooks to ya? Nah, if you ask me. That was what been killing the unicorns. Never heard anything like that before. It's freaking Snape. I knew it. They were... See ya, Angel. They walked on through the dense, dark trees. Harry kept looking nervously over his shoulder. He had a nasty feeling they were being watched. He was very glad they had Hagrid and his crossbow with him. They had just passed a bend in the path when Hermione grabbed Hagrid's arm. "Hagrid, look! Red spikes! The others are in trouble!" "You two wait here," said Hagrid. "Stay on the path. I'll be back for you." They heard him crashing away through the undergrowth and stood looking at each other, very scared, until they couldn't hear anything but the rustling leaves around them. You don't think they've been hurt, do you?" whispered Hermione. "I don't care if Malfoy has, but if something's got Neville, it's our fault that he's here in the first place." Minutes dragged by. Their ears seemed sharper than usual. Harry seemed to be picking up every sigh of the wind, every cracking twig. What was going on? Where were the others? At last, a great crunching noise announced Hagrid's return. Malfoy, Neville, and Fang were with him. Hagrid was fuming. Malfoy had sneaked up behind Neville and grabbed him as a joke. Neville had panicked and set up the sparks. "We'll be lucky to catch anything now. With the racket you two would make it." "Right, we're changing groups. Neville, you stay with me and Hermione. Harry, you go with Fang and this idiot." "I'm sorry," Hagrid added in a whisper to Harry. "But he'll have it harder than fighting you, threatening you, and we've got to get this done." So Harry set off into the heart of the forest with Malfoy and Fang. No, I knew it was too good to be true that he was on a good team. They walked for nearly half an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest, until the path almost seemed impossible to follow because the trees were so thick. Harry thought the blood seemed to be getting thicker. There were splashes on the roots of the trees, and as though the poor creature had been thrashing around in pain close by. Harry could see a clearing ahead, through the tangled branches and the ancient oak. "Look," he mumbled, holding out his arm to stop Malfoy. Something bright white was gleaming on the ground. They inched closer. It was a unicorn, all right, and it was dead. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful and sad. Its long, slender legs were stuck out at an odd angle where it had fallen, and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. Harry had taken out one step towards it when a slithering sound made him freeze where he stood. A bush on the edge of the clearing quivered. Then out of the shadows, a hooded figure came crawling across the ground like a stalking beast. Harry, Malfoy, and Fang stood transfixed. The cloaked figure reached the unicorn, lowered I read ahead by accident. Reached the unicorn, lowered its head over the wound at the animal's side, and began to drink its blood. "Hug!" Malfoy let out a terrible scream and bolted, so did Fang. The hooded figure raised its head and looked right at Harry, unicorn blood dripping down its front. It got to its feet and came swiftly towards Harry. He couldn't move for fear. It wasn't Snape. It wasn't Snape. Oh my god, why did Then a pain like he'd never felt before pierced his head. It was as though his car was on fire. Half blinded, he staggered backward. He heard hooves behind him galloping. Something jumped clean over Harry, charging at the figure. The pain on Harry's head was so bad he fell to his knees. It took a minute or two to pass. When he looked up, the figurehead was gone. A centaur was standing over him. Not Ronan or Bane. This one looked younger. He had white blonde hair and a palomino body. He was palomino haired and bodied. Are you alright? Said the centaur, pulling Harry to his feet. Yes, thank you. What was that? The centaur didn't answer. He had astonishingly blue eyes, like pale sapphires. He looked carefully at Harry, his eyes lingering on the scar that stood out, livid, on Harry's forehead. "You are the Potter boy," he said. "You had better get back to Hagrid. The forest is not safe at this time, especially for you. Can you ride? It'll be quicker this way." "My name is Firenze," he said, as he lowered himself onto his front legs so that Harry could clamber onto his back. There was suddenly a sound of more galloping from the other side of the clearing. Ronan and Bane came bursting through the trees, their flanks heavy and sweaty. Okay. "Firenze," Bane thundered. "What are you doing here? You have a human on your back. Have you no shame? Are you a common mule?" "Do you realize who this is?" said Firenze. "This is the Potter boy. The quicker he leaves the forest, the better." What have you been telling him?" growled Bane. "Remember, Firenze, we soar not to set ourselves against the heavens. Have you not read what is to come in the moments of the planets?" Ronan pawed the ground nervously. "I'm sure Firenze thought he was acting for the best," he said in a glooming voice. Bane kicked his back legs in anger. "That's so hot. For the best? What is that to do with us? Centaurs are concerned with what has been foretold. It's not our business to run around like donkeys after stray humans on their forest." Firenze suddenly reared onto his hind legs in anger, so that Harry had to grab his shoulders to stay on. "That's hot too." "Do you not see that unicorn?" Firenze bellowed at Bane. "Do you not understand why it was killed? Or have the planets not let you in on that secret? I set myself against what is lurking for this forest. Bane, yes, with a human alongside me if I must." And Firenze whizzed around, with Harry clutching on as best as he could. They plunged off into the trees, leaving Ronan and Bane behind them. Holy crap! We met centaurs like a page ago, and now they're like all like fighting for Harry. No, they're not. I know they're not, but like I can't help but think. You think Hermione, Ron, and Harry were in the love triangle? No, it's Firenze, Ronan, and Bane. They're like meant to be. Ronan is definitely like, he's definitely like the Bella of the group if we were talking Twilight love triangles, and Bane is like the alpha wolf, and he's like growling, he's like snarling and like angry, and he's definitely like Jacob, and the Firenze is definitely like, he's gotta be like Edward, you know, like he's always like saving like the humans, and he's like got like really pretty eyes, you know. The tree got true. I want more of them. Everyone else can just go home to Hogwarts and live out their lives. I need a fanfic that's just the horse people. Harry didn't have a clue what was going on. "Why is Bane so angry?" he asked. "What was that thing you saved me from anyways?" Firenze slowed to a walk, warned Harry to keep his head bowed in case of low-hanging branches, but did not answer Harry's questions. They made their way through the trees in silence for so long that Harry thought Firenze didn't want to talk to him anymore. They were passing through a particularly dense patch of trees, however, when Firenze suddenly stopped. "Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is used for?" "No," said Harry, startled by the odd question. "We've only used the horn and the tail in potions." "That is because it is this monstrous thing," to slay unicorns, said Firenze. Only one who has nothing to lose and everything to gain would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you're an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life from the moment that the blood touches your lips. Harry stared at the back of Firenze's head, which was dappled silver in the moonlight. But who'd be that desperate, he wondered out loud. You're going to be cursed forever. That's better, right? It is, Firenze agreed, unless all you need to do is stay alive long enough to drink something else. Something that will bring you back to full power and strength. Something that will mean you can never die. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the school at the very moment? Holy cannoli. The Sorcerer's Stone, of course. The elixir of life. But I don't understand who. Can you think of nobody who has waited many years to return to power, who has clung to life, awaiting their chance? It was as if an iron fist had clenched suddenly around Harry's heart. Over the rustling of leaves, he seemed to hear once more what Hagrid had told him on the night they met. Some say he died. Codswalloped, in my opinion. Don't know if he had enough human in him to die. Do you mean... Harry croaked. That fool. Harry, are you alright? Hermione was running towards them down the path, Hagrid puffing on them. I'm fine, said Harry, hardly knowing what he was saying. The unicorn's dead, Hagrid, and it's in the clearing back there. This is where I leave you, Firenze murmured as Hagrid hurried off to examine the unicorn. You are safe now. Harry slid off his back. Holy crap, things just got intense. We did. Oh my god, that's why his scar burned. Oh my god, I thought. Oh, I don't know why I don't know. Oh my god, we saw Voldemort. Well, he saw Voldemort, but I was there too, like, you know, in the shadows. But like, oh, that was him. Oh yay, hey yo. What the heck? That was him. He was just in the shadows near Hogwarts. Like, and that was Harry Potter. And they saw. Oh. They saw each other. Oh my god. Oh my god, he could have killed him. One thing I don't get is, like, why is the Centaur so, obsessed with, like, Mars? I don't know about that. It's too much. I gotta move on. We'll come back to that later. So we got distracted by the spices and got whammed by the plot. Things are getting heated. But in a plot way. Their eyes are burning. No, not Harry Potter and Voldemort. That can't be a ship. I refuse to believe anyone believes in that ship. He was a baby when, like, Voldemort. Centaurs are stargazers. Hagrid says himself. Yeah, but they seemed like something was odd with the stars. I don't know. Harry slid off his back. Good luck, Harry Potter, said Firenze. The planets have been read wrongly before now, even by centaurs. I hope this is one of those times. He turned and cantered back into the depths of the forest, leaving Harry shivering behind him. Something's about to go down. The centaurs know. Ron had fallen asleep in the dark common room, waiting for them to return. He shouted something about Quidditch fouls when Harry roughly shook him awake. In a matter of seconds, though, he was wide-eyed. Sorry, excuse me. He was as wide-eyed as Harry began to tell him and Hermione what had happened in the forest. Harry couldn't sit down. He was pacing up and down in front of the fire. He was still shaking. Snape wants the stone for Voldemort, and Voldemort's waiting in the forest. All this time, we thought Snape just wanted to get rich. Stop saying that name, said Ron in a terrified whisper, as if he thought Voldemort could hear him. Harry wasn't listening. Firenze saved me, but he shouldn't have done so. Bane was furious, and he was talking about interfering with what the planets say is going to happen. They must show that Voldemort's coming back. Bane thinks Firenze should have let Voldemort kill me. I suppose it was written in the stars as well. Will you stop saying his name? Ron hissed. So all I've got to wait for is Snape to steal the stone, Harry went on feverishly. Then Voldemort will be able to come finish me off. Well, I suppose Bane will be happy. Hermione looked frightened, but she had a word of comfort. Harry, everyone says Dumbledore's the only you-know who's afraid of. With Dumbledore's around, you know who won't touch you. Anyways, who says the centaurs are right? Sounds like fortune-telling to me, and Professor McGonagall says that's a very precise branch of magic. The sky had turned light before they stopped talking. They went back to bed exhausted, their throats sore, but the night's surprises were over. When Harry pulled back his sheets, he found his invisibility cloak folded neatly underneath them. There was a note pinned to them. Just in case. Huh. I think it was Dumbledore, and he found the note. Man, you can do better on. Yeah, I'll say Voldemort all I want. Man, that was the end of chapter 15. We have 2 more chapters to go. Holy God. Have you seen the... No, no, you're right. But someone said like if it has to be like on a person to enable, I think, because I was asking last stream. I was like, what if he just threw on a chair and he forgot it? So put it on now. It's like, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. So Snape's not like, he's not like evil. He's like evil. Like he's literally working for like Voldemort. Like he literally wants. He must be getting something for him. Like I don't know what their relationship is, if they're just like work buddies, Snape and Voldemort, but he must be getting something good from it. They bring back like the big bad guy from like all of the books so far, like everyone's afraid of him. Like, okay, knew he was a snake. Yeah, exactly. Snape, we're like Snape. Okay, chapter 16. Through the trapdoor. Sorry to get up. In the years to come, Harry would never quite remember how he had managed to get through exams when he had expected Voldemort to come bursting through the door at any moment. Yet the days crept by, and there could be no doubt that Fluffy was still alive and well behind the locked door. It was sweltering hot, especially in the large classroom where they did their written papers. They had been given a special new quill for the exams, which had been bewitched with the anti-cheating spell. That's so smart. I never considered like you could cheat with magic. They had practical exams as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his class to see if they could make a pineapple dance across the desk. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Snape made them all nervous, breathing down their necks while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. Harry did the best he could, trying to ignore the stabbing pains in his forehead, which had been bothering him ever since his trip into the forest. Neville thought Harry had a bad case of exam nerves because Harry couldn't sleep, but the truth was that Harry kept being woken up by his old nightmares, except that it was now worse than ever because there was a hooded figure dripping blood in it. Jeez. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen what Harry had seen in the forest, or because they didn't have the scars burning on their forehead. But Ron and Hermione didn't seem as worried about the stone as Harry. The idea of Voldemort certainly scared them, but he didn't keep visiting them in their dreams, and they were so busy studying that they didn't have much time to fret about Snape or anyone else. Their last exam was the history of magic. 1 hour of answering questions about batty old wizards who invented soul-stirring cauldrons, and they'd be free. Free for a whole wonderful week until their exam results came out. When the ghost of Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry couldn't help cheering with the rest. "Oh, that was far easier than I thought it would be," said Hermione, as they joined the crowd flocking out into the sunny grounds. "I didn't need to learn about the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct or the uprising of Elfric the Eager." Hermione always liked to go through their exam papers afterwards, but Ron said that it made him feel ill, so they wandered down to the lake and flopped under a tree. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were tickling the tentacles of a giant squid, which was basking in the warm shallows. Squids can't survive in lakes. That's the only pothole that I found. J.K. Rowling, answer me this. Squids can't be in lakes. Oh, no more studying, Ron sighed happily, stretching out on the grass. You look more cheerful, Harry. We've got a week before we find out how badly we've done. There's no need to worry yet. Harry was rubbing his forehead. I wish I knew what this means, he burst out angry. My scar keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never as often as this. Go to Madame Pomfrey, Hermione suggested. I'm not ill, said Harry. I think it's a warning. It means danger's coming. Ron couldn't get worked up. It was too hot. Harry, relax. Hermione's right. The stone's safe as long as Dumbledore's around. Anyways, we've never seen proof Snape found out how to get past Fluffy. He never had his leg ripped off once. He nearly had his leg ripped off once, and he's not going to try again in a hurry. And Neville will play Quidditch for England before Hagrid lets Dumbledore down. Magic squid. You didn't get them into magic sword. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, you know how they use like unicorn fangs, or you know unicorns, classic. You know how they use unicorn manes for stuff, and they have like phoenix feathers and stuff. Those are all like very like hocus pocusy animals. Is there anything stopping them from muggles seeing them? Or like are those like normal birds and unicorns that someone like casted a spell on, and then they bred, and like they casted a spell on it like a long time ago, so instead of evolution, instead of like breeding for a unicorn, which is like really hard to do, they turned both of them into, they did a spell where like they were both unicorns, they bred it, and it kind of cemented the spell in it, and then it was like, you know, natural selection, but wizards. I don't know, because that's how you get really fast horses. And like I saw this TikTok where it's like in Minecraft Bedrock you can give speed potions to horses, and when you breed them the code will look at the speed stat, so it'll just combine the two horses' speed stats, and when it's looking at it then it's speed potions, so but it won't recognize it's a potion, so it'll just think those horses are really fast. And you can do that for generations and get really fast horses. And if Miko's getting fed, sorry. And I think that's how it works in this too, because they have access to potions, right? And they could probably like inseminate a horse, right? Like there's no way that unicorns existed long enough that someone figured out a forgetfulness spell and like tricked all muggles into not remembering things. I think they were bred for a purpose, and now they run free in the wizard forest. She's eating sheets of metal. Oh no, it's like an auto dispenser. It portions out her food so she doesn't eat too much, and it drops it exactly too. They live in magical, which is weird because it's supposed to be our world, but it feels like it's supposed to be right. Exactly, like they literally just said England, but it's like it's not England. I don't know. They could be hunted until they were almost wiped out. But then that's the thing, like there's a curse with it. You know? I feel like a lot of people wouldn't want to be cursed. I have Mango set as a thing because she used to be really, she used to wake us like up for food and stuff. And England and like in the mornings I'd have to go feed her, so it helps in that way. It also helps because I give her food like well after I'm asleep at like 11 or like 10 or 11, so that she just sleeps there at night. Immortality does, but you're cursed. It's not immortality forever. You're freaking cursed. Minecraft speed potion theory is higher on the list than whatever you guys said. Like they killed all the other unicorns. That would suck. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake off the lurking feeling that there was something he'd forgotten to do, something important. When he tried to explain this, Hermione said, "Oh, it's just exams. I woke up last night, was halfway through my transfiguration notes before I remembered that we'd already done that." Harry was quite sure that a suddenly feeling didn't have anything to do with work though. He watched an hour flutter towards the school across the bright blue sky, a note clamped in its mouth. Hagrid, who was the only one who had ever sent him letters, would never betray Dumbledore. Hagrid would never tell anyone how to get past Fluffy. Never. Never. But Harry suddenly jumped to his feet. "Where are you going?" Ron said sleepily. "I just thought of something," said Harry as he turned white. "Got to go see Hagrid now." "Why?" panted Hermione, trying to keep up. "Don't you think it's a bit odd," said Harry, scrambling up to the glassy slope, "that what Hagrid wants more than anything in the world is this dragon, and a stranger turns up who just happens to have the egg in his pocket. How many people wander around with dragon eggs if it's against the wizard's law? Luckily, they found Hagrid. You don't think he thinks he... Oh my... I'm reading so fast because like I can't get this in my head fast enough. I'm just like reading. Okay. Don't you think it's a bit odd? How many people wander around with dragons if it's against wizard's law? Luckily, they found Hagrid, don't you think? Why didn't I see it before? What are you talking about? Said Ron. But Harry, sprinting across the grounds towards the forest, didn't answer. Hagrid was sitting in an armchair outside his house. His trousers and sleeves were rolled up. He was shelling peas into a large bowl. Hello, he said, smiling. Finished your exams? Got time for a drink? Yes, please, said Ron, but Harry cut him off. No, we're in a hurry. Hagrid, I've got something to ask you. You know, that night you won Norbert, what did the stranger you were playing cards with look like? I don't know, said Hagrid casually. He wouldn't take his clothes off. He saw the three of them turn stunned and raised his eyebrows. It's not that unusual. You get a lot of funny folks at the Hog's Head, and that's a pub down in the village. Might have been a dragon dealer, might he? Never saw his face. He kept his freaking Voldemort game. Harry sank down next to the bowl of peas. Get out of here. Get out of here, Pea Man. What did you talk about? Hagrid, did you mention Hogwarts at all? Might have come up, said Hagrid, frowning as he tried to remember. Yeah, I asked him, he asked what I did, and I told him I was gamekeeper here. He asked a bit about what sort of creatures I looked after, and so I told him, I said I always really wanted a dragon, and I can't remember too, because he kept buying me drinks. Let's see. Yeah, then he had that dragon egg, and we could play cards for it if I wanted, but he had to be sure I could handle it. He didn't want to give it to any old home, so I told him after Fluffy a dragon would be easy. Did he seem interested in Fluffy? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice calm. Oh my god. He told him about Fluffy. How does this play out in the movie? Are you during the movie, are you also like sitting there and you see me like, freaking Hagrid? Because that's what I feel right now. Yeah, well, how many three-legged dogs do you meet? Even around Hogwarts. So I told him, Fluffy's a piece of cake if you know how to calm him down. Just play him a bit of music, and he'll go straight off to sleep. Hagrid suddenly looked horrified. I shouldn't have told you that, he blurted. Forget I said it, yeah, where are you going? Harry, Ron, and Hermione didn't speak to each other at all until they came to a hall at the entrance hall, which seemed very cold and gloomy after the grounds. We've got to go to Dumbledore, said Harry. Hagrid told that stranger how to get past Fluffy, and it was either Snape or Voldemort under the cloak. It must have been easy once he got Hagrid drunk. Oh my god. Hello? In the movie, it's like 20 seconds. 20 seconds of intense. I just hope Dumbledore believes us. Firenze must back us up if Bane doesn't stop him. Where's Dumbledore's office? They looked around, as if hoping to see a sign pointing them in the right direction. They've never been told where Dumbledore lived, nor did they know anyone who had said to see him. Well, we'll just have to, Harry began, but suddenly a voice rang across the hall. What are you three doing here? is Professor McGonagall carrying a large pile of books. We wanted to see Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, said Hermione, rather bravely, Harry and Ron thought. Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall repeated, as though this was a very fishy thing to do. Why? Harry swallowed. Now what? It's sort of a secret, he said, but he wished he hadn't, because Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urchin owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off to London at once. It was a trick! It was a trick. Ah! This is so stressful. Why are people so dumb? All the adults are so dumb. No. Hagrid. No. Even if it wasn't a trick, it was still a trick. Man, these kids are screwed. These kids are screwed. I really have to pee. I'll be right back. We're back. Mr. Mary Hayes, thank you for the super chat, as well as Noseless, and Mama, and Lagumi, and Bucky again, and Miku. Fan, thank you. Dry toilets in the sea. dry toilet. Yeah, okay, we have, I don't know how many more pages we have, but dang. It feels crazy. It feels crazy that we're almost done with this book. Makes no sense to us, dry toilets and dry land. Water toilets. No, how would it get flushed if it was dry toilets? It doesn't make sense. Okay. Gone? He's gone, Harry said frantically. Now? Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard, Potter. He has many demands on his time. But this is important. Something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic, Potter. Look, said Harry, throwing caution to the wind. Professor, this is about the Sorcerer's Stone. Whatever Professor McGonagall had expected, it wasn't that. The book she was carrying tumbled out of her arms. She didn't pick them up. How do you know? She sputtered. Professor, I think I know that Snape, that someone's gonna try to steal the stone. I've got to talk to Professor Dumbledore. She eyed him with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, she said finally. I don't know how you found out the stone, but rest assured, no one can possibly steal it. It's too well protected. But Professor Potter, I know what I'm talking about, she said shortly. She bent down and gathered up the fallen books. I suggest you all go outside and enjoy the sunshine. But they didn't. It's tonight, said Harry, once he was sure Professor McGonagall was out of the earshot. Snape's going through the trapdoor tonight. He found out everything he needs, and now he's got Dumbledore out of the way. He'd sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic will get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up. But what will we? Hermione gasped. Harry and Ron wheeled around. Snape was standing there. Good afternoon, he said smoothly. They stared at him. You shouldn't be inside on a day like this, he said with an odd twisted smile. Holy, he's not even hiding that he's evil. No, he's just twisted, smiling out in the daylight. Harry began without any idea where he was going to say. You want to be more careful, said Snape. Hanging around like this, people will think you're up to something. And Gryffindor really can't afford to lose any more points, can it? Harry flushed. They turned to go outside, but Snape called them back. Be warned, Potter. Any more nighttime wanderings, and I will personally make sure you are expelled. Good day to you. Mingo? She knows. He strode off in the direction of the staff room. On the stone steps, Harry turned to the others. Right. So this is what we do, he whispered urgently. One of us has to keep an eye on Snape. Wait outside the staff room and follow him if he leaves it. Hermione, you'd better do that. Why me? It's obvious, said Ron. You can pretend to be waiting for Professor Flitwick, you know. He put on a high voice. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I'm so worried. I think I got some questions of 14B wrong. Man, that was in session. I had to do Hermione's voice as Ron doing Hermione's voice. I feel good. You know, that's one of my dreams. Like, I kind of want to do voice acting one day. I don't know, though. But how fun. How fun. It's like a challenge. And you get to talk. And me, I really want to be in Genshin one day. Hopefully. I'll be a fish character that no one pulls for. R.I.P. Kokomi. Okay. Oh, shut up, said Hermione, but she agreed to go and watch out for Snape. Well, we better stay outside on the third floor corridor, said Harry to Ron. Come on. But that part of the plan didn't work. No sooner had they reached the floor separating Fluffy from the rest of the school than did Professor McGonagall turn up again, and this time she lost her temper. I suppose you think you're harder to get past than a pack of enchantments, she stormed. Enough with this nonsense. If I hear you've come anywhere near here again, I'd rather take another 50 points from Gryffindor. Yes, Weasley, from my own house. I'd post these for you. Oh my goodness, that's so nice. Harry and Ron went back to the common room. Harry had just said, "At least Hermione is on Snape's tail," when the portrait of the fat lady swung open, and Hermione came in. "I'm sorry, Harry," she wailed. "Snape came out and asked me what I was doing, so I said I was waiting for Flitwick. Snape went in to get him, and I've only just got away. I don't know where Snape went." "Well, this is it then, isn't it?" Harry said. The other two stared at him. He was pale and his eyes were glittering. I'm going out of here tonight, and I'm going to try and get the stone first." That's the worst idea I've ever heard. Oh, that's the worst. Oh. Okay, hear me out. What's stronger? Okay, I'm not gonna put a poll up, but mentally prepare for a poll. A, lots of hexes by like all these professors at the most prestigious wizarding school, you know, and a giant dog and who knows what else, you know, all that good stuff. Or B, a boy. He just finished his first year, and he thinks he probably failed some of his exams. C. B. Oh gosh. "You're mad," said Ron. "You can't," said Hermione. "After what McGonagall and Snape have said, you'll be expelled." "So what?" Harry shouted. "Don't you understand? Snape gets a hold of the stone. Voldemort is back. Haven't you heard what it's like? What it was like when he was trying to take over? There won't be any more Hogwarts to get expelled from. He'll flatten it or turn it into a school of dark arts. Losing points doesn't matter anymore, can't you see? Do you think he'll leave you and your families alone if Gryffindor wins the House Cups? If I get caught before I can get to stone, well, I'll have to go back to the Dursley and wait for Voldemort to find me there. It's only dying a little bit later than I would have, because I'm never going over to the dark side. I'm going through that trapdoor tonight, and nothing you two say is going to stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, remember?" He glared at them. "You're right, Harry," said Hermione in a small voice. "I'll use the invisibility cloak," said Harry. It's just lucky I got it back." "But will it cover all three of us?" said Ron. All three of us?" "Oh, come off of it. You don't think we'd let you go alone?" "Of course not," said Hermione briskly. "Do you know... How do you think you would get the stone without us? You'd better go and look through my books. There might be something useful." "But if we get caught, you two will get expelled too." "Not if I can help it," said Hermione grimly. "Flitwick told me in secret that I got 112% on his exam. They're not throwing me out after that. I didn't know they had extra credit at Hogwarts. What a pretentious little school." B for boy, C for boy. After dinner, the three of them sat nervously apart in the common room. Nobody bothered them. None of the Gryffindors had anything to say to Harry anymore after all. This was the first night he hadn't been upset by it. Hermione was skimming through all her notes, hoping to come across one of the enchantments they were about to break. Harry and Ron didn't talk much. Both of them were thinking about what they were gonna do. Slowly, the room emptied as people drifted off to bed. "Better get the cloak," Ron muttered as Lee Jordan finally left, stretching and yawning. Harry ran upstairs to their dark dormitory. He pulled the cloak out, and then his eyes fell on the flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas. He pocketed it to use on Fluffy. He didn't feel much like singing. Then he ran back down to the common room. We'd better put on the cloak here and make sure it covers all three of us. If Fletch spots one of our feet wandering along on its own. What are you doing? Said a voice from the corner of the room. Neville appeared from behind the armchair, clutching Trevor the Toad, who looked as though he was making another bid for freedom. I forgot about Trevor the Toad. Nothing, Neville, nothing, said Harry, hurriedly putting the cloak behind his back. Neville stared guiltily at his face. You're going out again, he said. No, said Hermione. We're not. Why don't you go to bed, Neville? Harry looked at the grandfather clock by the door. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Snape might even now be playing Fluffy to sleep. You can't go out, said Neville. You'll be caught again. Gryffindor will be even more trouble. You don't understand, said Harry. This is important. But Neville was clearly steeling himself to do something desperate. I won't let you do it, he said, hurrying to stand in front of the porch hole. I'll fight you. Neville, Ron exploded. Get away from that hole and don't be an idiot. Don't call me an idiot, said Neville. I don't think you should be breaking any more rules. You were the ones who told me to stand up to people. Yes, but not us, said Ron in exasperation. Neville, you don't know what you're doing. He took a step forward and Neville dropped Trevor the Toad, who leaped out of sight. Go on then, try and hit me, said Neville, raising his fist. I'm ready. Harry turned to Hermione. Do something, he said desperately. Hermione stepped forward. Neville, I'm really sorry about this. She raised her hand. Petrificus totalis. Good enough, she cried, pointing at Neville. Neville's arms snapped to his sides, his legs sprang together, his whole body rigid. He swayed where he stood and then fell flat on his face, stiff as a board. Hermione ran over to turn him over. Neville's jaws were jammed together so he couldn't speak. Only his eyes were moving, looking at them in horror. What have you done to him? Harry whispered. It's a full body bind, said Hermione miserably. Oh, Neville, I'm so sorry. We had to, Neville. No time to explain, said Harry. You'll understand later, Neville, said Ron as they stepped over him, pulled on the invisibility cloak. But leaving Neville lying motionless on the floor didn't feel like a very good omen. In their nervous state, every statue's shadow looked like Fletch, and every distant breath of wind sounded like peace swooping down on them. No. At the foot of the first set of stairs, they spotted Mrs. Norris skulking near the top. Oh, let's kick her just this once, Ron whispered in Harry's ear, but Harry shook his head. As they climbed carefully around her, Miss Norris turned her light-like eyes onto them, but didn't do anything. They didn't meet anyone else until they reached the staircase up to the third floor. Peeves was bobbing halfway up, loosening the carpet just so people would trip. Who's there? He said sullenly as he climbed towards him. He narrowed his wicked eyes. No, you're near. Even if I can't see you, you're a cool ghost. You're a wee student, bestie. He rose up in the air, floated there, squinting at them. I should call Fletch. I should, if something's a creeping around unseen. Harry had a sudden idea. Peeves, he said in a hoarse whisper. The bloody Baron has his own reasons for being invisible. Peeves almost fell out of the air in shock. He caught himself in time and hovered about a foot of the stairs. So sorry, your bloodiness, Mr. Baron, sir, he said gracefully. My mistake. I didn't see you. Of course I didn't. You're visible. Please forgive Peevesy for his old little joke, sir. I have business here, Peeves, croaked Harry. Stay away from this place tonight. I will, sir. I certainly will, said Peeves, rising in the air again. Hope your business goes well, Baron. I shall not bother you. He scooted off. Oh, that's smart. Brilliant, Harry, whispered Ron. A few seconds later, they were there, outside the third-floor corridor, and the door was already ajar. Well, there you are, said Harry quietly. Snape's already gotten past Fluffy. Seeing the open door somehow seemed to impress upon all three of them what they were facing. Underneath the cloak, Harry turned to the other two. If you want to go back, I don't blame you, he said. You can take the cloak. I won't need it now. Don't be stupid, said Ron. We're coming, said Hermione. Harry pushed the door open. As the door creaked, slow rumbling growls met their ears. All three of the dogs sniffed madly in their direction, even though they couldn't see them. What's that at its feet? Hermione whispered. Looks like a torp, said Ron. Snape must have left it there. It must wake up the moment you stop playing, said Harry. Well, here goes. He put Hagrid's flute to his lips and blew. It wasn't really a tune, but from the first note, the B-sides began to droop. Harry hardly drew a breath. Slowly, the dog's growl ceased, and it tottered onto its paws and fell to its knees. Then, it slumped over to the ground, fast asleep. Keep playing, Ron warned Harry as they slipped out of the cloak and crept towards the trapdoor. They could feel the dog's hot, smelly breath as they approached the giant heads. I think we'll be able to pull the door open, said Ron, peering over the dog's back. Want to go first, Hermione? No, I don't. All right. Ron gritted his teeth and stepped carefully over the dog's legs. He bent and pulled the ring of the door, which swung open. And can you see anything? Hermione said anxiously. Nothing, just black. There's no way of climbing down. We'll just have to drop. Harry, who was still playing the flute, waved at Ron to get his attention and pointed at himself. You want to go first? Are you sure? Said Ron. I don't know how deep this goes. Give the flute to Hermione so she can keep him asleep. Harry handed the flute over. In the few seconds' silence, the dog growled and twitched, but the moment Hermione began to play, it fell back into its deep sleep. Harry climbed over and looked down at the trapdoor, but there was no sign of a bottom. He lowered himself through the hole until he was hanging on by his fingertips. Then he looked at Ron and said, If anything happens to me, don't follow. Go straight to the hourly and send headwork to Dumbledore, right? I don't know why they didn't do that already. They probably should. See you in a minute, I hope. And Harry let go. Cold, damp air rushed past him as he fell down, and flump. Flump? With a funny, muffled sort of thump, he landed on something soft. He sat up and felt around, his eyes not used to the gloom. It was as if he was sitting on sort of plant. It's okay, he called up to the light, the size of a postage stamp, which was the open trapdoor. It's a soft landing. You can jump. Oh my god. Man, that was a really far jump for the light to be a postage stamp sign. Ron followed. He landed sprawled next to Harry. "What's this stuff?" was his first word. "Don't know. Some sort of plant thing. I suppose it's here to break the fall. Come on, Hermione." The distant music stopped. There was a loud bark from the door, but Hermione had already jumped. She landed on Harry's other side. "We must be miles under the school," she said. "Lucky this plant is here," said Ron. "Lucky?" shrieked Hermione. "Look at you both!" She leapt up, struggling towards the damp wall. She had to struggle because the moment she had landed, the plant had already started to twitch its snake-like tendrils around her ankles. As for Harry and Ron, their legs were already bounded tightly in long creepers without them noticing. Hermione had managed to free herself from the plant, before the plant got a firm grip on her. Now she watched in horror as the two boys fought to pull the plant off them, but the more they strained against it, the tighter and faster the plant wound up. Yeah, I was gonna say, this whole thing is about like a booby trap, and why would there just be a gentle plant for them to land on? Like they of course it's gonna be deadly. "Stop moving," Hermione ordered them. "I know what this is. It's Devil Snare." "Oh, I'm so glad we know what it's called. That's great help," snarled Ron, leaning back, trying to stop the plant from curling around his neck. "Shut up, I'm trying to remember how to kill it," said Hermione. "Oh, hurry up, I can't breathe," Harry gasped, wrestling with it curled around his chest. Devil Snare, what did Professor Sprout say? It's like the dark and the damp. So light a fire," Harry choked. "Yes, of course, but there's no wood," Hermione cried, wringing her hands. "Have you gone mad?" Ron bellowed. "Are you a witch or not?" "Oh, right," said Hermione, and she whipped out her wand, waved it. Oh, hold on, give me a second. Alright, so Hermione, she whipped out her wand, waved it, and muttered something, and then sent a jet of the same blue bell flames that she had used on Snape at the plant. In a matter of seconds, the two boys felt it loosen its grip at it. It crunched away from the light and warmth. Wriggling and flailing, it unraveled itself from their bodies, and they were able to pull free. "Luckily you paid attention to herbology, Hermione," said Harry, as he joined her by the wall, wiping sweat off his face. "Oh, I know what this is gonna be. It's gonna be like... There's gonna be perfectly one challenge for each of them, where it's like, Hermione is like obviously the brains, and like maybe Ron's like the bronze or something, and he has to like beat up something, or like outwit something without the use of magic, and then Harry's gonna be like, he's gonna have like an emotional moment where like he's tempted to see his family or something. Ron's gonna get his pie eating contest. That's so mean. Not the pie eating contest. "Yeah," said Ron, "and lucky Harry didn't lose his head in crisis." "There's no wood, honestly." "This way," said Harry, pointing down the stone-way passage, which was the only way forward. All they could hear, apart from their footsteps, was the gentle drip of water trickling down the walls. The passageway sloped downwards, and Harry was reminded of Gringotts. With an unpleasant jolt at the heart, he remembered the dragon said it was guarding a vault. He remembered the dragon said to be guarding vaults in the Wizard's Bank. If they met a dragon, a fully cloaked dragon, Norbert had been bad enough. Wait, let's not tell her about the tap dancer. Who's the master tap dancer? It's gonna be Neville. He's gonna burst in. He's like, "Huh, I caught you guys." And they'll be like, "Neville, you made it all the way down here?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm not as incompetent as you guys think. I'm a wizard after all." And then he's gonna have to do the tap dance battle. Okay, if the cage was already, if the door was already open, why couldn't they just say they were sneaking around trying to get more dinner, and then tell Professor McGonagall that it's open? Huh? Like, the whole point was them to be there before it got stolen. But at this point, it's like, it's too late. Like, considering Snape or whoever is down here can't physically hear them blowing the music or playing the flute or struggling or talking so loud, like, he's long gone. Like, he's long gone. Can you hear something? Ron whispered. Harry listened. A soft rustling and clinking seemed to be coming from up ahead. Do you think it's a ghost? I don't know. It sounds like wings to me. There's light ahead. I can see something moving. They reached the end of the passageway and saw before them a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceilings arching high above them. It was full of small jewel-bright birds, fluttering and tumbling all around the room. On the opposite side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door. Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the room? Said Ron. Probably, said Harry. They don't look very vicious, but I suppose they'll all swoop down at once. Well, there's no other choice. I'll run. He took a deep breath, covered his face with his arms, and sprinted across the room. He expected to feel sharp beaks and claws tearing at him any second, but nothing happened. He reached the door and touched. He pulled the handle, but it was locked. The other two followed him. They tugged and heaved at the door, but it wouldn't budge. Not even when Hermione tried her Alohomorous charm. Now what? Said Ron. These birds, they can't just be here for decoration, said Hermione. They watched the birds soar overhead, glittering. They're not birds, Harry said suddenly. They're keys. Winged keys. Look carefully. So that must mean... He looked around. The beatboxing showdown. That must be Dobby. Isn't Dobby from Lord of the Rings? Hi Mark. They have wizard icons with these E360s. They're noise proof and sound canceling. He looked around the chamber while the other two squinted up at the flocks of keys. Yes, look, broomsticks. We'll have to catch the keys to the door. But there are hundreds of them, Ron exclaimed at the lock on the door. We're looking for a big, old-fashioned one, probably silver, like the handle. They each seized a broomstick and kicked off the air, soaring around the midst of clouds of keys. They grabbed and snatched, but the bewitched keys darted and dived so quickly it was almost impossible to catch one. What'd I say? This one's about the Quidditch, because Harry's really good at catching the snitch, isn't he? So perfect for him. Also, plot. What? Why is there just broomsticks? They expect people to come down here looking for keys? They're like, oh, perfectly. There's 3 broomsticks for each 3 of you guys. Well, I don't know if there's 3 broomsticks, but there's definitely more than 3. Which is like, sure, there's 1 broomstick for sweeping. Isn't Dungeons and Dragons? Like, if it's... Can they just ride any old broomstick? I thought they had to buy, like, the Nimbus 5000 stuff. This was nothing for Harry, though. What did I say? This is nothing for Harry, though. Because he was the youngest seeker in the century. He had a knack for spotting things others didn't. After a minute weaving through the whirlwind of rainbow feathers, he noticed a large silver key that had a bent wing, as if it had already been caught and stuffed roughly into a hole. "That one," he called to the others. "That big one! There! No, there! With the bright blue wings!" The feathers all crumpled on one side. Ron went speeding in the direction that Harry was pointing, crashed into the ceiling, nearly fell off his broom. "We've got to close in on it," Harry called, not taking his eyes off the key with the damaged wing. "Ron, you come at it from above. Hermione, you stay below. Stop it from going down, and I'll try to catch it. Right now!" Ron dived, Hermione rocketed upwards, and the key dodged them both. Harry streaked after it, sped towards the wall. Harry leaned forward, and with a nasty, crunching noise, pinned it against the stone with one hand. Ron and Hermione cheers echoed around the chambers. They landed quickly, and Harry ran to the door, the key struggling in his hand. He rammed it to the lock and turned. It worked. The moment the lock had clicked open, the key took flight again, looking very better now that it had been caught twice. For kids with glasses, yeah, they must have overcorrected it. 2020, nah, he got dirty now. Kabeton the key. You guys, this isn't some anime fantasy. This is real life. People are dying here. It's funny because I think so. They said how each professor kind of came up with like a spell. I was thinking like they helped make they helped make a hex or something that made it all really strong. But it's actually just like each professor, I think, got their own room to set up. Like, I think the plant room was Professor Sprout, and then this one with the broomsticks, I think it's Professor McGonagall, cause she was all about like the Quidditch team. That's really cool. It's like a combination of everything. I know what's going to happen. Okay, spoiler alert for all you guys who haven't finished the book, aka me. I think this whole thing is a test for Harry. It's their final. It's their final. And no, that would be dumb. I don't know. For a second though, you believe me. But it feels like it, right? Like all of these are their teachers. Kinda suspicious. "Ready?" Harry asked the other two, his hand on the door handle. They nodded. He pulled the door open. The next chamber was so dark they couldn't see anything at all. But as they stepped inside, light suddenly flooded the room to reveal an astonishing sight. They were standing on the edge of a huge chessboard behind the black chessmen, which were all taller than... Ron's really good at chess. Mother hacker. We did Hermione trial. We did Quidditch trial. We did. This feels too good to be true. Like, it's at the point where I'm just like, maybe it is just their final. Okay, what? Behind the big chessmen, which were all taller than they were, carved from what looked like black stone. Facing them, way across the chamber, were white pieces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shivered slightly. The towering white chessmen had no face. Most white chessmen have no face, right? It'd be weirder if they had faces. Ron is just a wild card. Very good at chess. Can't believe they said the image. No, that was a little Sumi extra. Okay. Now what do we do? Harry whispered. It's obvious, isn't it? Said Ron. We gotta play our way across the room. behind the chess pieces they could see another door. How? Said Hermione nervously. I think we're going to have to be chessmen. He walked up to the Black Knight, put his hand out to touch the knight's horse. At once, the stone sprang to life. The horse pawed the ground, and the knight turned his helmet head to look down at Ron. Do we join you to get across? The Black Knight nodded. Ron turned to the other two. This needs thinking about, he said. I suppose we've got to take the place of 3 of the black pieces. Harry and Hermione stay quiet, watching Ron think. Finally, he said, "No, don't be offended or anything, but neither of you are good at chess." "We're not offended," said Harry quickly. "Just tell us what we do." "Well, Harry, you take the place of that bishop, and Hermione, you go next to him instead of that castle." "What about you?" "I'm going to be the knight," said Ron. "Yeah, Knight Ron." The chessmen seemed to have been listening, because at these words, a knight, a bishop, and a castle turned their backs on the white pieces and walked off the board, leaving 3 empty spaces for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "White always plays first in chess," said Ron, peering across the board. "Yes, look." A white pawn had moved forward to play 2 squares. Oh, that's a classic. You always have to take that 2-square move at the beginning. Ron looked directly at the black pieces. They moved silently wherever he sent them. Harry's knees were trembling. What if they lost? "Harry, move diagonally 4 squares to the right." Their first real shock came when their other knight was taken. The white queen smashed him to the ground, dragged him off the board, where he laid still, face down. They frickin' die? They frickin' die. Okay. Good luck. GG. Had to let that happen, said Ron, looking shaken. Leaves you free to take the bishop. Hermione, go. Every time one of their men was lost, the white pieces showed no mercy. Soon there was a huddle of limp black players slumped along the wall. Twice, Ron only just noticed in time that Harry and Hermione were in danger. He himself darted across the board, taking almost as many white pieces as they had lost black ones. "We're nearly there," he murmured suddenly. Let me think. The white queen turned her blank face towards him. "Yes," said Ron softly. "It's the only way. I've got to be taken." "No!" Harry and Hermione shouted. "That's trust," snapped Ron. "You've got to make sacrifices. I take one step forward, she'll take me. That leaves you two free to checkmate the king. Harry, do you want to stop Snape or not?" "Ron, look, if we don't hurry, you already have the stone." There was no alternate move. "Ready?" Ron called, his face pale but determined. "Here I go now. Don't hang around once you've won." He stepped forward, and the queen pounced. She struck Ron hard across the head with her stone arm. He crashed to the floor. Hermione screamed, but stayed on her square. The white queen dragged Ron to one side. He looked as if he'd been knocked out. Shakingly, Harry moved 3 spaces to the left. The White King took off his crown and threw it at Harry's feet. They had won. The chessmen parted and bowed, leaving the door ahead. With one desperate look back at Ron, Harry and Hermione charged through the door and up the next passageway. What if he's... "You'll be alright," said Harry, trying to convince himself. "What do you reckon is next?" "Well, we've had sprouts. That's the devil's snare. Flitwick must have been put jars on the keys." "Oh, Flitwick." "McGonagall transfigured the chessmen and to make them alive, and that leaves Quirrell's spell. And Snape's." They reached another door. "Alright," Harry whispered. "Go on." Harry pushed it open. A disgusted smell filled their nostrils, making them both pull their robes over their noses. Eyes watering, they saw flat on the floor in front of them, a troll even larger than the one they had tackled, out cold, with a bloody lump on his head. I'm glad we didn't have to fight this one, Harry whispered as they stepped carefully over one of its massive legs. Come on, I can't breathe. He pulled open the next door, and both of them heartily daring to look at what's to come next. But there was nothing very frightening in here, just a table with 7 differently shaped bottles standing in a line. Snape's, said Harry. What do we have to do here? They stepped over the threshold, and immediately a fire sprang up behind them in the doorway. It wasn't an ordinary fire either. It was purple. At the same time, black flames shot up to the doorways leading forward. They were trapped. Look! Hermione seized a roll of paper laying on the bottles. Harry looked over her shoulder and read, Danger lies before you while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. One among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our numbers hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we've given you clues 4. First, however slightly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, if you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant hands hold death in their insides. Oh, fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. I love puzzles. Hermione let out a great sigh, and Harry Mays saw that she was smiling, the very last thing he felt like doing. That's so cool, that's Snape's puzzle. I like how you can't even choose to not do this. There's only one bottle that puts you back safe. And the rest of the bottles you either die or you have to go on forward. I kinda like that. Ooh, I kinda like Snape. What's he got going on? He cute? I'm sorry. Sorry, I've been streaming for too long, I'm tired. Don't make fun of me. The bottle of Pepsi. It's just all Pepsi. Yeah, the twin bottles. One is Pepsi and one is Coke. You'll never know. Okay. Brilliant, said Hermione. This isn't magic, it's logic. A puzzle. A lot of great wizards haven't gotten an ounce of logic. They'd be stuck here forever. But so will we, won't we? My idea, just look at the one that has a sip taken out of, and that's the one that Snape drank. Of course not, said Hermione. Everything we need is here on this paper. 7 bottles, 3 poison, 2 wine. 1 will get us safety back through the black fire, and 1 will get us back through the purple. Well, but how will we know which one to drink? Give me a minute. Hermione read the paper several times. Then she walked up and down the line of bottles, muttering to herself and pointing at them. At last she clapped her hands. Got it, she said. The smallest bottle will get us through the black fire towards the stone. Harry looked at the tiny bottle. There's only enough there for one of us, he said. It's hardly 1 swallow. They looked at each other. Which one will get you back through the purple flames? Hermione pointed to the round bottle on the right end of the line. You drink that, said Harry. No, listen. Get back and get Ron. Grab brooms from the flying room key. They'll get you out of the trapdoor and past Fluffy. Go straight to the Hourly and send Hedwig to Dumbledore. We need him. I might be able to hold Snape off for a while, but I'm no match for him, really. But Harry, what if you know who's with him? Well, I was lucky once before, wasn't I? Said Harry, pointing at his card. I might get lucky again. Hermione's lips trembled as she dashed at Harry and threw her arms around him. No. Also, assume that whoever they're chasing... Oh, you're right. Oh, damn, you're right though. Right? If there's only one sip, if there's only enough for one of them, didn't Snape already drink it? And I'm assuming it refills. I don't know here. Hermione. I don't know why I said her name like that. Hermione. Harry, you're a great wizard, you know. Not as good as you, said Harry, very embarrassed as she let go of him. Me, said Hermione. Books and cleverness. There's gonna be more important things. Friendship and bravery and oh, Harry, be careful. You drink first, said Harry. You're sure which is which, aren't you? Positive, said Hermione. She took a long drink from the round bottle then and shuddered. It's not poison, said Harry anxiously. No, but it's like ice. Go on, quickly before it wears off. Good luck. Take care. Go. Hermione turned and walked straight through the purple fire. Harry took a deep breath and picked up the smallest bottle. He turned to face the black flames. Here I go, he said. He drained the little bottle in one gulp. It was indeed as though ice was flooding his body. He put the bottle down and walked forward. He braced himself, saw the black flames licking his body, but couldn't feel them. For a moment, he could see nothing but dark fire. Then he was on the other side, in the last chamber. There was already someone there, but it wasn't Snape. It wasn't even Voldemort. That was the end of chapter 16. This is the final chapter. Oh my god. It wasn't Snape. It wasn't Voldemort. Who could it be? You think Dumbledore? You think Dumbledore knew this whole time? And she was like, I can hear. Okay. Chapter 17. The man with two faces. The man with two faces? It was Quirrell? You! Gasped Harry. Quirrell smiled. His face wasn't twitching at all. Me, he said calmly. I wondered why I'd be meeting you here, Potter. But I thought... Snape? Severus? Quirrell laughed, but it wasn't his usual quivering treble either. It was cold and sharp. Yes, Severus does seem to be the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like that like a overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect stuttering Professor Quirrell? Harry couldn't take it in. This couldn't be true. It couldn't. But Snape tried to kill me. No. I tried to kill you. Your friend Mrs. Granger accidentally knocked me over as she rushed to set fire to Snape at the Quidditch match. She broke my eye contact with you. Another few seconds, and I would have gotten you off that broom. I'd have managed it before then if Snape hadn't been muttering a counter-curse trying to save you. Snape was trying to save me? Of course, said Quirrell coolly. Do you think he wanted you to referee your next match? He was trying to make sure I didn't do it again. Funny, really. He needn't have bothered. I couldn't do anything with Dumbledore watching. All the other students thought Snape was trying to stop Gryffindor was winning. He did make himself unpopular. And what a waste. When after all that, I'm gonna kill you tonight. Quirrell snapped his fingers. Ropes sprang from thin air and wrapped themselves tightly around Harry. You're too nosy to live, Potter. Scurry around the school on Halloween like that. For all I knew, you'd seen me coming to look at what was guarding the stone. You let the troll in? Certainly. I have a special gift with trolls. You must have seen what I did to the one in the chamber back there. Unfortunately, while everyone else was running around and looking for it, Snape, who was already suspect of me, went straight to the third floor to head me off. And not only did my troll fail to beat you to death, that three-headed dog didn't even manage to bite Snape's leg off properly. Now, wait quietly, Potter. I need to examine this interesting mirror. It was only when Harry realized what was standing behind Quirrell. It was the mirror as Erised. Oh my god, back to the beginning when you guys were telling me how to pronounce it. And like, how many hours later? I still don't know. This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell mumbled, tapping his way around the frame. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this. But he's in London, and I'll be far away by the time he gets back. All Harry could think of doing was keep Quirrell talking and stopping him from concentrating on the mirror. I saw you and Snape in the forest, he blurted out. Yes, said Quirrell idly, walking around the mirror to look at the back. He was on to me by that time, trying to find out how far I'd gotten. He suspected me all along, tried to frighten me as though he could, when I have Lord Voldemort on my side. What's wrong with this guy? Wait. But Snape was trying to threaten him, though. Quirrell came back out from behind the mirror and stared hungrily into it. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master. But where is it? Harry struggled against the rope binding him, but they didn't give. He had to keep Quirrell from giving his whole attention to the mirror. But Snape always seemed to hate... Oh, sorry, that was Harry talking. I'm trying to figure out. Sometimes it doesn't say who said it. Or I have to read too far ahead. I'm practicing, though. It's good practice. But Snape always seemed to hate me so much. Oh, yes, he does. Quirrell said casually. Heavens, yes. He was at Hogwarts with your father, didn't you know? They loathed each other very much. But he never wanted you dead. But I heard a few years ago... I heard you a few days ago sobbing. I thought Snape was threatening you. For the first time, a spasm of fear flitted across Quirrell's face. Sometimes, he said, find it hard to follow my master's instructions. He's a great wizard, and I am weak. You mean he was there in the classroom with you? Harry gasped. It wasn't Snape? Wait, Voldemort was... Huh? Don't they have like anti-Voldemort spells that like if Voldemort like sets foot, like his foot would like burn or something? He was just in the school. He could have killed Harry. He's with me wherever I go, said Quirrell quietly. I met him when I traveled around the world. A foolish young man I was then, full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. Lord Voldemort showed me how wrong I was. There is no good and evil. There's only power, and those too weak to seek it. Since then, I've served him faithfully, although I have let him down many times. He has had to be very hard on me. Quirrell shuddered suddenly. He does not forgive mistakes easily. When I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts, he was most displeased. He punished me, and then decided he would have to keep a closer watch on me. Quirrell's voice trailed away. Harry was remembering his trip to Diagon Alley. How could he have been so stupid? He'd seen Quirrell that very day, shaken hands with him in the leaky cauldron. Quirrell cursed under his breath. I don't understand. Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Harry's mind was racing. What I want more than anything in the world at that moment, he thought, is to find the stone before Quirrell does. So if I look in the mirror, I should see myself finding it, which I'll see where it's hidden. But how can I look without Quirrell realizing what I'm up to? Oh, that's so smart. That's so smart. Oh my god, this is gonna be so good when we watch the movie, and then I can like relive the scenes where like Quirrell was talking to Snape, but not Snape, cause like I don't even remember. I thought they were talking so much. He tried to edge to the left to get to the front of the glass without Quirrell noticing, but the ropes around his ankles were too tight. He tripped and fell over. Quirrell ignored him. He was still talking to himself. What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. And to Harry's horror, a voice answered. The voice seemed to come from Quirrell himself. Use the boy! Use the boy! Quirrell rounded on Harry. Yes, Potter, come here. He clapped his hand once, and the ropes binding Harry fell off. Harry slowly got to his feet. Come here, Quirrell repeated. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry walked towards him. I must lie, he thought desperately. I must look and lie about what I see. That's all. Quirrell moved close to him. Harry breathed in the funny smell that seems to be coming from Quirrell's turbine. He closed his eyes, stepped in front of the mirror, and opened them again. He saw his reflection, pale and scared at first, but a moment later, the reflection smiled at him. It put its hand onto its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone. It winked and put the stone back into its pocket, and as it did so, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. Somehow, incredibly, he'd gotten the stone. What? What? Oh no. What type of dark magic is coming here? And what's going on? It was in the mirror, like he said, the whole time? will we explain it better? Okay, Well, said Quirrell impatiently, what do you see? Harry screwed up his courage. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, he invented. I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell cursed again. Get out of the way, he said. As Harry moved aside, he felt the Sorcerer's Stone against his leg. Dare he make a break for it? But he hadn't walked 5 paces before a high-pitched voice spoke, through Quirrell's already moving lips. He lies! He lies! Potter, come back here! Quirrell shouted. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The high-pitched voice spoke again. Let me speak to him. Face to face. Master, you're not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Harry felt as if Devil's Snare was rooting him on the spot. He couldn't move a muscle. Petrified, like the wood of the Devil's Snare. I added that sentence because I feel like that would have been a really good sentence right there. Like petrified wood. I don't know. Anyways, J.K. Rowling hit me up. Maybe not. I don't know. You're very controversial right now. He watched as Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap his turbine. What was going on? The turbine fell. Quirrell's head looked strangely small without it. Then he turned slowly on the spot. Harry would have screamed, but he couldn't make a sound. Where there should have been the back of Quirrell's head, there was a face. The most terrible face Harry had ever seen. It was chalk white, with glaring eyes and slits for nose like a snake. Voldemort? Harry Potter, it whispered. Harry tried to take a step backwards, but his legs wouldn't move. See what I've become, the face said. Mere shadows and vapors. I have only form when I can share another body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me. These past weeks, you saw how faithful Quirrell drinking it for me in the forest. But once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket? Oh my god. So he knew. The sudden feeling surged back into Harry's leg. He stumbled backwards. Don't be a fool, sneered the face. Better save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for their mercy. Liar! Harry shouted suddenly. Quirrell was walking backwards at him so that Voldemort could still see him. The evil face was now smiling. How touching, it hissed. I always value bravery. Yes, boy. Your parents were brave. I killed your father first. He put up a courageous fight. But your mother needn't have died. She was trying to protect you. Now, give me the stone, unless you want her to have died in vain. Never! Harry sprang forwards the flame door, but Voldemort screamed, Seize him! In the next second, Harry felt Quirrell's hand closed on his wrist. At once, a needle-sharp pain seared across Harry's scar. His head felt as though it was about to split into two. He yelled, struggling with all his might, and to his surprise, Quirrell let go. The pain on his head lessened. He looked around wildly to see Quirrell had gone, and saw him hunched in pain, looking at his fingers. They were blistered before his eyes. Seize him! Seize him! Shrieked Voldemort again, and Quirrell lunged, knocking Harry clean off his feet, landing on top of him, both hands around Harry's neck. Harry's scar was almost blinding him with pain, yet he could see Quirrell howling in agony. Is the scar like protecting him? Is it not from Voldemort himself? Master, I cannot hold him. My hands. And Quirrell, though biting Harry on the ground with his knees, let go of his neck and stared, bewildered at his own palms. Harry could see they looked burned, raw, red, shiny. What? It was like protecting him. The scar plus 20 defense. Then kill him, you fool, and be done, screeched Voldemort. Quirrell raised his hand to perform a deadly curse, but Harry, by instinct, reached up and grabbed Quirrell's face. Quirrell rolled him off, his face blistering too. And then Harry knew Quirrell couldn't touch his bare skin, not without suffering terrible pain. His only chance was to keep hold of Quirrell, keep him in enough pain to stop him from doing curse. Harry jumped to his feet, caught Quirrell by the arm, and hung on as tight as he could. Quirrell screamed and tried to throw Harry off. The pain in Harry's head was building. He couldn't see, he couldn't hear. He could only hear Quirrell's trembling shrieks and Voldemort's yells of "Kill him! Kill him!" and other voices, maybe in Harry's own head, crying, "Harry! Harry!" He felt Quirrell's arm wrenched around his grasp, knew it was all lost, and fell into blackness. Down, down, down. Something gold was glinting just above him. The snitch. He tried to catch it, but his arms were too heavy. He blinked. It wasn't the snitch at all. It was a pair of glasses. How strange. He blinked again. The smiling face of Albus Dumbledore swam into view above him. "Good afternoon, Harry," said Dumbledore. Harry stared at him, but then he remembered. "Sir, the stone. It was Quirrell. He's got the stone. Sir, be quick. Calm yourself, dear boy. You are a little behind the times," said Dumbledore. "Quirrell doesn't have the stone." "Then who does, sir? Harry, please relax, or Madame Property will have me thrown out." He got teleported. Harry swallowed and looked around him. He realized he must be in the hospital wing. He was lying in a bed with white linen sheets. Next to him was a table piled high with what looked like half the candy shop. "Tokens from your friends and admirers," said Dumbledore, beaming. "What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is a complete secret, so naturally the whole school knows." "I believe your friends, Mr. Fred and George Weasley, were responsible for trying to send you a toilet seat. No doubt they thought it would amuse you. Madame Pomfrey, however, felt might not be very hygienic and confiscated it. How long have I been in here?" 3 days. Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Granger will be most relieved that you have come around, and you have been extremely worried. They have been extremely worried. "But sir, the stone." "I see. You are not to be distracted. Very well. Professor Quirrell did not manage to take it from you. I arrived in time to prevent that. Although you were doing very well on your own, I might say." "You got there? You got Hermione's owl?" "We must have crossed mid-air. No sooner than I had reached London than it came to me that the place I should be was the one I had just left. I arrived just in time to pull Quirrell off you. It was you. I fear I might be too late. You nearly were. I couldn't have kept him off the stone much longer." "Not the stone, boy. You. The effort involved nearly killed you. For one terrible moment there, I was afraid it had. As for the stone, it had been destroyed." Destroyed? Said Harry blankly. But your friend, Nicholas Flamel. Oh, you know Nicholas, said Dumbledore, sounding delighted. Oh, you did do that thing properly, didn't you? Well, Nicholas and I had a little chat, and I agreed it was all for the best. But, well, doesn't that mean he and his wife will die? They have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order, and then yes, they will die. Dumbledore smiled at the look of amazement on Harry's face. To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Perennial, it's really is like going to bed after a very, very long day. After all, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. You know, the stone was really. The stone was not. I need a drink. Sorry. Okay. See, I'm like reading on this, but I'm like 99%. Like, what if this is all like? This is all like fake. I don't know. It seems too good to be true. I'm incredibly suspicious. Like, what if? What's Professor Quirrell's specialty? Protection against the dark arts, I think. What if he's like somehow enchanted him to be like, hey, like he put him in a trance, so he's living this. He wakes up and it's all of you. No, like, I'm still very suspicious. You know, the stone was really not such a wonderful thing. As much money and life as you could want. The two things most human beings would choose above all else. The trouble is, humans do have a knack of choosing precisely those things that are worse for them. So suspicious. Harry lay there, lost for words. Dumbledore hummed a little and smiled at the ceiling. You're telling me he's just like okay with the stone? Like, they did all that work to protect the stone? And then they're like, GG, he gonna die. That's okay though. Huh? This isn't the ending I wanted. So, anyways. Sir, Harry said, I've been thinking. Sir, even if the stone's gone, I mean, you know who. Call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the proper name for things. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Well, sir, well, Voldemort's gonna try other ways of coming back, isn't he? I mean, he hasn't gone, has he? No, Harry, he has not. He's still out there somewhere, perhaps looking for another body to share. Not being truly alive, he cannot be killed. He left Quirrell to die. He shows just as little mercy for his followers as his enemies. Nevertheless, Harry, while you may only have delayed his return to power, it will merely take someone else who is prepared to fight what seems to be a losing battle next time. And if he is delayed again and again, why, he may never return to power. He really, like Voldemort, just like unbinded himself? How does that work? Harry nodded, but stopped quickly, because it made his head hurt. Then he said, Sir, there are some other things I'd like to know about, if you can tell me, things I want to know the truth about. The truth, Dumbledore sighed. It's a beautiful and terrible thing, and therefore must be treated with great caution. However, I shall answer your questions unless you have a very good reason not to. In which case, I beg you'll forgive me. I shall not, of course, lie. Well, Voldemort said that he only killed my mother because she was trying to stop him from killing me. But why did he want to kill me in the first place? Dumbledore laughed deeply at this. Alas, the first thing you ask me, I cannot tell you. Not today. Not now. You will know one day. Put it from your mind for now, Harry. When you are older, I know you hate to hear this. When you are ready, you will know. But Harry knew it was no good to argue. But why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Your mother died to save you, but there's one thing Voldemort can't understand. It is love. He didn't realize that love as powerful as your mother for you leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible signs to have been loved so deeply. Even though the person who loved you is gone, will give you some protection forever. It is your very skin. Quirrell, full of hatred, greed, and ambitions, shared his soul with Voldemort, and could not touch you for this reason. It was agony to touch a person marked by something so good. Oh my god, his mom saved him. Dumbledore now became very interested in a bird out of the windshield, which gave Harry time to dry his eyes on the sheets. Then, when he had found his voice again, Harry said, "Is the invisibility cloak? Do you know who sent it to me?" Your father happened to leave it in my possession, and I thought you might like it." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Useful things. Your mother used it mainly for sneaking off to the kitchen to steal food when he was here. Your father, sorry. And there's something else. Fire away." Quirrell said Snape. Professor Snape, Harry. Yes, him. Quirrell said he hates me because he hated my father. Is that true? Well, they did rather detest each other, not unlike yourself and Mr. Malfoy. And then your father did something Snape could never forgive. What? He saved his life. What? Yes, said Dumbledore dreamily. Funny, the way people's mind works, isn't it? Professor Snape couldn't bear being in your father's debt. I do believe he worked so hard to protect you this year because he felt that would make him and your father even. Then he could go back to hating your father's memory in peace. Harry tried to understand this, but it made his head pound, so he stopped. And sir, one more thing. Just one more? How did I get the stone out of the mirror? Now, I'm glad you asked me that. It was one of my more brilliant ideas between you and me. That's saying something. You see, only one who wanted to find the stone find it, but not use it, would be able to get them. Otherwise, they would just see themselves making golds or drinking elixirs of life. My brain surprises even me sometimes. Now, enough questions. I suggest you start to make a start on these sweets. Bertie bought every flavored beans. I was unfortunate enough in my youth to come across a vomit-flavored one, and since then, I'm afraid I rather lost my liking for them. But I think I'll be safe with a nice toffee, don't you? Wow. Man, I really thought it was Snape. And turns out he was just trying to save his life because he owed his father for saving his life. He shouldn't wear those weird cloaks, and I don't know, and I don't know. Okay, what about at the beginning, huh? When they were at the a food banquet at the like, and they put on their hats, and then Harry Potter was like, oh, I'm gonna like eat all this food, and then he looks up, and at the teacher's booth there's like Snape, and he's staring at him, and then he feels like his head singe. Huh? What about that? Huh? Huh? I don't know. Like, Snake was talking to Quirrell at the time. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's evil. That's evil. Because it made us think it was Snape the whole time. Oh god. He smiled and popped a golden brown bean into his mouth. Then he choked and said, alas, earwax. It wasn't toffee. Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, was a nice woman, but very strict. Just 5 minutes, Harry pleaded. Absolutely not. But you let Professor Dumbledore in? Well, of course. That was the headmaster, quite different. You need rest. I am resting. Look, lying down everything. Go on, Madame Pomfrey. Oh, very well, she said. But 5 minutes only. And she let Ron and Hermione in. Harry! Hermione looked ready to fling her arms around him again, but Harry was glad she held herself in as his head was still very sore. Oh, Harry, we were sure you were going to... Dumbledore was so worried. The whole school's been talking about you, said Ron. What really happened? It was one of those rare occasions where the true story is even more strange, exciting than the wild rumors. Harry told them everything. Quirrell, the mirror, the stone, and Voldemort. Ron and Hermione were in a very good audience, and they gasped in all the right places. And when Harry told them what was under Quirrell's turban, Hermione screamed out loud. So, the stone's gone, said Ron. Flam was just going to die? That's what I said, but Dumbledore thinks that... What was it? To a well-organized mind, death is but the next greatest adventure. I always said he was off his rocker, said Ron, looking quite impressed at how crazy his hero was. So, what happened to you two? Said Harry. Well, I got back all right, said Hermione. I brought Ron round. That took a while, and we were dashing up to the hourly to contact Dumbledore when we met him at the entrance hall. And, well, he already knew. He just said Harry's gone after him, hasn't he? And hurtled off to the 3rd floor. Do you think he meant you to do it? Said Ron, sending you your father's cloak and everything. Well, Hermione exploded, if he did, I mean to say, that's terrible. You could have been killed. No, it isn't, said Harry thoughtfully. He's a funny man, Dumbledore. I think he sort of wanted to give me a chance. I think he knows more or less everything that goes around here, you know. I reckon he had a pretty good idea of what we were trying to do. And instead of stopping us, he just taught us enough to help. I don't think it was an accident that he let me find out how the mirror works. It's almost as if He thought I had the right to face Voldemort if I could. This whole time, this little Dumbledore, you can't do that. Dumbledore, why? When does a 11-year-old find the devil himself? He really is a devil, isn't he? It's not like he can, like, it's not like Voldemort has like a body like the devil. He just kind of possesses people. Oh my god. Yeah, Dumbledore's off his rocket, alright, said Ron broadly. Listen, you gotta be up for the end of year feast tomorrow. The points are all in Slytherin one, of course, but you missed the last Quidditch match. We were steamrolled by Ravenclaw without you. But the food will be good. He was in the hospital and they just played Quidditch? Man. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey bustled out. You've had nearly 15 minutes now. Out! She said firmly. After a good night's sleep, Harry felt nearly back to normal. I want to go to the feast, he told Madame Pomfrey as she straightened his many candy boxes. Can't I? I can, can't I? Professor Dumbledore says you are allowed to go, she said sniffly, as though in her opinion Professor Dumbledore didn't realize how risky feasts could be. And you have another visitor. Oh, good, said Harry. Who is it? Hagrid slid through the door as he spoke. As usual, when he was indoors, Hagrid looked too big to be allowed. He sat down next to Harry, took one look at him, and bursted into tears. It's all my ruddy fault, he sobbed, his face in his hands. I told the evil kid how to get past Fluffy. I told him. It was the only thing he didn't know, and I told him. Oh, you could have died all for a dragon egg. I'll never drink again. I should chucked out and made her living as a muggle. Hagrid, Harry said, shocked to see Hagrid shaking with grief and remorse, great tears leaking down his beard. Hagrid, he'd have found out somehow. This is Voldemort we're talking about. He'd never have found out even if you hadn't told him. You could have died, sobbed Hagrid. And don't say the name. Voldemort! Harry bellowed, and Hagrid was so shocked he stopped crying. I've met him, and I've called him by his name. Please cheer up, Hagrid. We saved the stone. It's gone. He can't use it. Have a chocolate frog. I've got loads. Hagrid wiped his nose with the back of his hand and said, That reminds me, I got you a present. It's not a toast sandwich, is it? Said Harry anxiously, and at last, Hagrid gave a weak chuckle. Nah, Dumbledore gave me the day off yesterday to fix it. Course he should have sacked me instead. Anyways, got you this. It was a handsome leather-covered book. Harry opened it curiously. It was full of wizard photographs. Smiling and waving at him from every page were his mother and father. Sent an owl off to all your parents' old school friends asking for photos. Knew you didn't have any. Didn't like it. Harry couldn't speak, but Hagrid understood. That's like... And all he wanted was to see his parents even in the mirror. And for him to have all these pictures of like all his family's friends, like taken at their happiest moments. That's actually a really good gift. Harry made his way down to the end of the year feast alone that night. He had been held up by Madame Pomfrey's fussing about, insisting on giving him one last checkup, so the Great Hall was already full. It was decked out in Slytherin colors of green and silver to celebrate Slytherin winning the House Cup for the 7th year in a row. A huge banner showing the Slytherin serpent covered the walls behind the high table. When Harry walked in, there was a sudden hush, and then everybody started talking loudly at once. He slipped into the seat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table and tried to ignore the fact that people were standing up to look at him. Fortunately, Dumbledore arrived moments later. The babble died down. "Another year's gone," Dumbledore said cheerfully, "and I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully, your heads are a little fuller than they were, and you have a whole nother summer to get them nice and empty before your next school year starts. As I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding. And the points thus far: in 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. Ravenclaw has 426, and Slytherin 472. A storm of wow, like they really are not like generous with the points. If 1st place only has 400, I thought like these would be in like the hundreds or something, like the thousands at least. Dang, no wonder 100. Oh my god, Gryffindor has 112 points, 312 points. No wonder that 150, like, that really set them back. Oh, Gryffindor got lacking. You can't say that. Storm of cheering and stamping broke out from Slytherin table. Harry could see Draco Malfoy banging his goblet on the table. It was a sickening sight. The room went still. The Slytherin smile faded a little. Said Dumbledore. "I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Let me see. Yes. First, to Ronald Weasley." Ron went purple in the face. He looked like a radish with a bad sunburn. "For the best player of chess in a best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I'd award Gryffindor House 50 points." Gryffindor cheered nearly raised the bewitched ceiling, and the stars overhead seemed to quiver. Percy could be here telling the others prefects, "My brother, you know, my youngest brother, got past McGonagall's giant chess set." At last there was silence again. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Man, they were really cheap with the points, considering they got 50 removed just by sneaking out. Hermione buried her face in her arms. Harry strongly suspected that she had burst into tears. Gryffindors up and down the table were beside themselves. They were 100 points up. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, said Dumbledore. The room went deadly quiet. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The din was deafening. Those who could add up while yelling themselves hoarse knew that Gryffindor now had 472 points, exactly the same as Slytherin. They had tied for the House Cup. If only Dumbledore had given Harry just one more point. Dumbledore raised his hand. The room gradually fell silent. There are all kinds of courage, said Dumbledore, smiling. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. They won! They won the House Cup because of Neville! Someone standing outside the Great Hall might have thought there was some sort of explosion taking place. So loud was the noise that erupted from the Gryffindor table. Ron, Harry, and Hermione stood up to yell and cheer as Neville, white with shock, disappeared under a pile of people hugging him. He had never won so much as a point for Gryffindor before. Harry, still cheering, nudged Ron in the ribs and pointed at Malfoy, who couldn't have looked more stunned and horrified, as if he had the body bind curse put on him. Oh my god, they did it! Neville! I do like Neville. You know what? He's not that bad. I thought I did. Go Neville. Which means, Dumbledore called over the storm of applause, for even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are celebrating the downfall of Slytherin. We need a little change in decoration. He clapped his hands, and in an instant, the green hangings became scarlet, and silver became gold. A huge Slytherin serpent vanished, and the towering Gryffindor lion took its place. Snape was shaking Professor McGonagall's hand with a humble, horrible, forced smile. He caught Harry's eye, and Harry knew at once that Snape's feeling towards him hadn't changed in one joke. This didn't worry Harry. It seemed as though life would be back to normal next year, or as normal as it was ever to be at Hogwarts. It was the best evening in Harry's life, better than winning Quidditch, or Christmas, or knocking down the mountain troll. He would never, ever forget tonight. Harry had almost forgotten the exam results were still to come, but come they did. To their great surprise, both he and Ron passed with good marks. Hermione, of course, had the best grades of the first years. Even Neville scrapped through his good herbology mark, making up for his abysmal potion ones. They had hoped that Goyle, who was almost as stupid as he was mean, might be thrown out, but he had passed too. It was a shame, but as Ron said, you couldn't have everything in life. And suddenly, their wardrobes were empty, their trunks were packed. Neville's toad was found lurking in a corner of the toilets. Notes were handed out to all the students, warning them not to use magic over the holidays. I always hope they'll forget to give these to us, said Fred Weasley sadly. Hagrid was there to take them down to the fleet of boats that sailed across the lake, and then they boarded the Hogwarts Express, talking and laughing as the countrysides became greener and tidier, eating birdie spots every flare beans as they sped past Muggle towns, pulling off their wizard robes and putting on jackets and coats, pulling into a platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. He has to go home? It took quite a while for them to get off the platform. A wizened old guard was up by the ticket barrier, letting them go through the gate in 2s and 3s, but they didn't attract attention by all bursting out of the solid wall at once and alarming the Muggles. "Oh, you must come and stay this summer," said Ron. "Both of you. I'll send an owl." "Thanks," said Harry. "I'll need something to look forward to." People jostled them as they moved forward towards the gateway and back towards the Muggle world. Some of them called, "Bye, Harry. See you, Harry." "Still famous," said Ron, grinning at him. Not where I'm going, I promise you," said Harry. Ron, and Hermione passed through the gateway together. There he is. Mom, there he is, look. It was Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, and she was not pointing at Ron. Harry Potter! She squealed. Oh, look, Mom, I can see. Be quiet, Ginny, it's rude to point. Mrs. Weasley smiled at them. Busy year, she said. Very, said Harry. Thanks for the fudge and the sweater, Mrs. Weasley. Oh, it was nothing, dear. Ready, are you? It was Uncle Vernon, still purple-faced, still mustached, still looking furious as the nerve of Harry, carrying an owl in a cage in a station full of ordinary people. Behind him stood Aunt Petunia and Dudley, looking terrified at the very sight of Harry. That must be Harry's family, said Mrs. Weasley. In a matter of speaking, said Uncle Vernon. In a matter of speaking, said Uncle Vernon. Hurry up, boy. We haven't got an all day. Okay, the reason I said it really nicely. I said in a matter of speaking, said Uncle, because I thought he was gonna be like, you know what, we are family, and they were gonna hug it out. But I really don't think things are gonna change for them. So, in a matter of speaking, said Uncle Vernon. Hurry up, boy. We haven't got it all day. He walked away. Harry hung back for the last words with Ron and Hermione. See you over the summer, then. I hope you have a good holiday, said Hermione, looking uncertainly towards Uncle Vernon, shocked that anyone could be that unpleasant. Oh, I will, said Harry, and they were surprised at the grin that was spread over his face. They don't know that we're not allowed to use magic at home. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with Dudley this summer. The end. That was it. Wait. Oh, Hogwarts is back in session in the next book of this, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. That was actually really good. I thought it was just gonna be geeky talking about like their school lives, and I liked how well it balanced it, like how much it was just like geeky school life stuff, but then also like big problems. But like I'm not looking forward to seeing the movie where like he unravels his turban and there's like. Thank you, Mr. Beautyface.
It was fun going through this book again after a long time, Tilda.
It was. Thank you guys for listening to me read. Under one breath. Chunky Kun, thank you also for the tip.
You'll do great in voice acting, follow your dreams no matter what. Just like Pina, she followed her dream of singing and she did great. So you'll do the same, never give up no matter what. Sumi.
Aww, thank you. All the nice messages are making me blush. But, yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for listening to read through this and not spoiling too much. Although I am wondering when the tap dancing is gonna come by. I was really looking forward to it. It was really good. And they still won at the end. I kinda knew they were still won, because I was like, what type of ending would it be if like Slytherin won, you know? Nervousness, thank you for the super chat. Super sticker. Good job. Good job. I think next week we should watch like the movie, because now I'm like, after knowing the twist. Wait, did you guys know the twist the whole time? And so when I was like, oh my god, Snape, you're like, haha, it's not Snape. I mean, to be fair, it was kind of obvious. But I thought the twist the whole time was gonna be like, Snape would like turn into Voldemort. That's a delayed sticker right there. Thank you, Nervousness again. Like I thought he he like transfigured himself, I don't know how that works, into looking like Snape, and like he killed Snape previously. That's why everyone loves Snape except like Harry. And I was like, it wasn't him the whole time. Can you? Oh my god, the one part where they were like, yeah, when Hermione was trying to like counter curse Snape was counter cursing Quirrell, and he volunteered to referee, even though he doesn't even referee. It's gonna be so interesting. I really can't wait to watch this now. Man. The only thing that was like a little bit, maybe it will like turn out better in the movie, was when they were fighting, and like he had his like Quirrell had his hands on him, and they were like battling it out, and then like Quirrell like made him go like knocked him out basically, and then suddenly Dumbledore is there. Maybe it'll translate better in the movie, but for me, I was really hoping that he would, I don't know, like within him would like burst out epic wizardry. I don't know. Like he's magic, you know. He has to be. His parents were magic, and he's like super duper magic. I thought like maybe like uncapped potential at that moment, like where the adrenaline's really high, which is like, and like he'd kill Quirrell. I don't know, but Quirrell's dead, right? Like, I don't know if like they specifically touched on this, but it sounded like Snape left. Oh, Crikey Monkey, thank you also for the sticker. Like he just left Quirrell to die. Oh, and also I think the thing is like, cause he was drinking the unicorn blood, his body is probably about to give out anyways, and being burned and I don't know, and like blistered, and then for like half of his soul to be like removed, probably like really killed him, really fucked the man up. What a gruesome way to do it. A gruesome way to die. Okay, I will have you guys know that I thought his turban was suspicious, but I thought he was just a gnome, and there was like his wife was on the turban, and that's what I thought. I thought like in that future book they'd be like, LOL, like his turban would get knocked off, and it'd be like, LOL, guess what? They're both gnomes stacked onto each other. I don't know, cause like in my head he's quite short, right? So is the guys on the funny hand. Those are my two theories, like that Voldemort was Snape and he like transfixed himself or whatever, and that Quirrell had another head on top of his head, like a whole body. But I don't know. Both turned out to be false. So don't ask me to do predictions, cause apparently I'm easily tricked. No, Voldemort is his wife, Quirrell. Ex-Voldemort. That probably exists. Ugh. I'm not even gonna Google that. As curious as I am to see like how gruesome it is with his face on the back of his head, like, ugh. I'll save it for the movie. So next week what I have planned is watching this movie for a stream, and then try and make V-Roids to me for a stream, and then graduation stream, of course. And I think that's it. I think that's all my week. Tomorrow, next week, I'll be what will it be? Maybe I'll do 2 Tuesdays, and then a Thursday. Yeah, sounds good. Man, weeks go by so fast. I'll miss you guys a ton. I don't really know how movie watch alongs work, but I think we just play like whatever number you guys figure it out. Couldn't I just do it on archived? Oh wait, but won't they like? And they'll like probably like shut it down midstream too, huh? Okay, never mind. I just won't play it. Yeah, I'll get more popcorn. Okay. Challenge archive prison. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. That's technical stuff. I'm just here to read books. Contact ID of hockey. Ah, makes sense. What if I played it in like? What if I played two languages overlapping each other with that? And then like I didn't show the image, but I did like maybe like French and like Chinese, the only two languages other than English, and they just like one in left ear, one in right ear, so it's like it sounds too complicated. Never mind, I just we'll just start on your count. That sounds good. This is too much. Okay. German, French, non-cantoned. That sounds horrible. Really, me screaming over Russian and German and French. Like, hey, you guys like it in the movie? Let's ask other visit or hacker sound. Time machine, no. Makes sense. Maybe. Oh, what can I do? I was like, what if earlier in the day I made like the V-Roy thing, and then I figured out how to put it into like. No, I was like, that'd be so fun if you could see me like hand eating popcorn. Yeah, anyways. That sounds good. Thank you all for joining me. I've talked so long. I talked for 5 hours straight. In a whisper. I don't know. I feel like it's almost harder to whisper for so long. That's how you know. And I did voices. They were pretty bad voices, but I hope we get to see more of the centaurs in like other books, cause man, they're good. They're good centaurs. Like ooh, dang. Okay. Thank you very much for joining me and listening to me finish the book. And I really had a good time reading aloud to you guys, better than if I was just reading by myself. So yeah. Oyasumi. I'll see you guys next week where we'll watch a movie. Okay, bye-bye. I love you all. Take care of yourself. Have a good weekend. Do something fun. Okay? Okay.